Thank you for tuning into the live show. You know what time it is. It is your boy Genesis. It is currently 11:03 p.m. and today's date is the 22nd of February 2025. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. How are you doing? All right, we are back for another chapter. Okay, we're back for another one. We're gonna have a good time, and nobody is gonna stop this good time. Okay, okay. It is currently well, today's Saturday. Okay. Have you been having a wonderful weekend? And have you gotten some rest? Hmm. No. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to get the show started. Here we go.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. And a very special hello to CPAC. It's been a long time. We've loved being back, and it's hotter than ever. This place is packed. You got to see outside. They don't know what's happening. They have no idea what's happening. And a friend is here from Argentina, and a friend is here from Poland. Stand up. Great job. Thank you. Thank you very much. Welcome back to the nation's capital, where our movement is thriving, fighting, winning, and dominating Washington like never before. Nobody's ever seen anything like this before. They used to have little smaller crowds here. It's a little bigger. The fraudsters, liars, cheaters, globalists, and deep state bureaucrats are being sent packing. The illegal alien criminals are being sent home. We're draining the swamp, and we're restoring government by the people, for the people. For years, Washington was controlled by a sinister group of radical left Marxists, warmongers, and corrupt special interests who drained our wealth, attacked our liberties, obliterated our borders, and sucked our country dry. Not any longer. But on November 5th, we stood up to all the corrupt forces that were destroying America. We took away their power. We took away their confidence. They lost their confidence. You know, do you ever watch? They lost their confidence. Oh, it's so nice to watch. And we took back our country. And we must be doing something right, because we've got the highest poll numbers that I've ever had and that any Republican president has ever had. And our approval rating is now the highest ever across all demographics. Rasmussen just came out at 56%, Insider Advantage 56%, RMG Research 57%, and we have many polls in the mid-60s, one at 71%. We like that, 71. And according to YouGov, a big deal, 70% of Americans believe that what we are doing is right, and we are keeping our promises. That's all we're doing, when you think, is keeping our promises. That's all we had to do. And their promises weren't worthwhile to go and vote for. They loved men playing in women's sports, open borders, little things like that. But don't tell them. Don't tell them. Keep it quiet. We'll tell them about a week before the next election. Now keep it quiet. Let them think it's a great thing what they're doing. You saw Maine yesterday, right? The governor of Maine. She's fighting to keep men in women's sports. You ever see what happens to a woman when a woman boxes a man who transitioned to womanhood? Did you ever see what happens? It's not pretty. It's not pretty. Let her do that fight. Let them all do that fight. Because I think that's about a 90-10 issue, and I can't figure out who the 10% are. Nobody can. So today I want to say thank you to all of the incredible patriots of CPAC and all of the incredible patriots in our country. 77 million, and it's actually much more than that because despite that, they cheated like hell. It was just too big to rig. It was too big to rig. 77 million. Remember, you used to go, I said, look, we're leading in the polls by a lot. Don't believe the polls. Just go and vote. You got to vote. We got to make it too big to rig. And they tried, but it was too big to rig. One of the great statements. We love it because everybody went and voted. We fought through hell together, but in the end, we achieved the great liberation of America. We're liberating our country right now. We're doing all these things that you're reading about. We're liberating our country. I first spoke to this gathering 14 years ago, and I won your straw poll. I didn't know anything about a straw poll. They took this big straw poll, and I won by like 27 points. And I figured, you know, that's good. Maybe I should keep doing it, and I did. And I became president. Isn't that great? Who would think? Who would think? But he became president, too. He's a MAGA guy, too. Make Argentina great again, right? Make Argentina great again. I kept hearing about this man. I kept hearing about this man in beautiful Argentina, and it is beautiful, but boy, did it have inflation. Inflation made it less beautiful. I hear you're doing fantastically. We're very proud of you, actually. And make Argentina great again. Thank you very much. Great honor to have you. But now it's my honor to address you for the first time as your 47th President of the United States. Great honor. I want to begin by thanking Matt and Mercedes Schlapp for the incredible job they do, and everyone they put together. They put together an amazing team, the American Conservative Union, for organizing this event. You have some big players here. Senator Ted Cruz, Eric Schmidt, Jim Banks of Indiana. Where's Eric? Where is Eric? Is it? Hello, Eric. You can see Eric anywhere. If he's right in the back of the room, he stands up. They're all good. These are great people. Representatives Riley Moore, James Comer, Harriet Hagerman, Byron Donalds. Our great Attorney General, she's going to be great, Pam Bondi. Where's Pam? I don't know where she is. So many people. So many people. Secretary Doug Burgum. Secretary Chris Wright. Oh, he's going to get that energy out of the ground. Secretary Scott Turner. Our next ambassador to the United Nations, Elise Stefanik, who just gave a great speech, by the way. A very good friend of mine. Is this guy central casting, though? Tom Homan. Is he central casting? Where is it? Hello, Tom. Are you? Well, I love that. How could I love a guy like that? But I do. He's doing a great job. Thank you, Tom, very much. Thank you. Appreciate it. Arkansas Governor Sarah Sanders. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you. And Pennsylvania Attorney General Dave Sunday. I love that name. We're also honored to be joined by President Duda of Poland, who's a fantastic man and a great friend of mine. And we got 84% of the Polish people that voted for us, so you must be doing something right, huh? Hanging out with Trump. And again, President Milei of Argentina. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. What a great guy. And the Prime Minister of Slovakia, Robert Fico. Robert. Thank you, Robert. Thank you. Nice to see you. The leader of the UK Reform Party, who, by the way, did really well in that last election. I've been his friend for a long time, and I wasn't sure, am I supposed to be his friend or not? But it never mattered to me if he did well or not. I always liked him, but it's easier to like him when he got the kind of votes he got. He really took it by storm, and they say he's going to do even better this time. Nigel Farage. Where is Nigel? Thank you, Nigel. Thank you. What a great guy. The leader of Spain's Vox Party, Santiago Abascal. Thank you, Santiago. Thank you. Thank you very much. I thought that was you. Thank you very much. Great job you're doing. And a friend of mine, Eduardo Bolsonaro of Brazil, the Chamber of Deputies. Thank you. Thank you. Say hello to your father. Thank you very much. Great family. Great gentleman and your great family. And our great First Lady, Melania, is watching us right now on television. So give her a hand. Give her a hand. Whoa. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, she's going to be happy. That's so nice. We love our First Lady. Everybody does. With the help of so many incredible supporters here today, we're going to forge a new and lasting political majority that will drive American politics for generations to come. I think we're going to do fantastically well in the midterms. You know, in theory, the one that wins the presidency does not do well in the midterms, but I think this is going to be a change. We're at a level, I don't think we've been at this level maybe ever as the Republican Party. We're a bigger, better, stronger party than ever before. More people in our party than ever before. But the people have given us a resounding mandate for dramatic change in Washington, and we are going to deliver it. We're going to use it, and we're going to make America great again by using it. So it's going to be something. But think of it, at the presidential level, we won the popular vote by millions and millions of votes. We swept all 7 swing states, Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona, Nevada, all by great margins. We won 85% of all of the counties in America. That means that map was red. Did you ever see the map? Did you see the certified map? Where is it? I want to see a certified map. It's all red. You can hardly find the blue. Think of this. They won 525 counties, and we won 2,600 counties. It's the biggest margin ever recorded. And incredibly, for the first time ever, all 50 states shifted toward the Republican Party. It's never happened before. So it was indeed too big to rig. We won the largest number of African-American votes in Republican history, by far. We won the largest number of Hispanic-American votes, any Republican ever. Hispanic Americans, we love you. The energy, the brilliance of Hispanic Americans. We won all of the cities and towns along the Texas border, whereas before I ran, we won none. We never used to win any. I got a call from our great governor of Texas who said, President, you just won every single town along the Texas border to Mexico. I said, oh, is that good? He said, it hasn't happened since Reconstruction. I said, define Reconstruction for me. He said, that means essentially the Civil War. That's a long time. But that was when I first heard about it, actually. Our party has become the proud voice of hardworking citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed. And I think one of the main reasons, not that we're conservative or not that we're anything else, we are the party of common sense. It's about common sense, right? It's all about common sense. Over the past month, we've confirmed an all-star team of warriors, patriots, visionaries, and put the America First agenda into action. I see Doug Burgum sitting right over there. I tell you, he was so good. I looked at him. I said, I got to have him here. I got to have him. He was a great governor. He's involved with a little thing called energy. He's got the Department of Interior, and Chris Wright has the Department of Energy. So Chris has no energy, and Doug has all of the energy. Chris has more interior, but he doesn't have. So I merged them. So now you have an energy guy, and you have the guy with all the energy, and you're going to drill, baby, drill, aren't you, huh? Drill, baby, drill. And Catherine, stand up. His wife is incredible. She is such an incredible woman. Incredible woman. You got very lucky, Doug. It's good to be successful, isn't it, Doug? She's an incredible woman. He's an incredible guy. In addition to the great cabinet secretaries we have here today, we confirm Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth to end the woke insanity and rebuild our military. Pete is fantastic. Thank you. To stop the weaponization of federal law enforcement, I know about that, I think, better than any human being on earth. This week, we swore in a new director of the FBI, somebody that everybody wanted, Kash Patel. Kash is great. He's a popular guy. He went through with the blessing of a lot of good people, too. I'll tell you, it was great. To end the politicalization of our intelligence agencies, we confirmed Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, who is something very respected, highly respected. And to make America healthy again, we confirmed Secretary of Health and Human Services, Robert F. Kennedy, Jr. Great guy. We need him. We need him. You know, there's a number on autism as an example with children, autism. And you go back 15 years, it was from 10 to 20,000. You had like 1 in 10 to 20,000. Some say 10, some say 20, but it was in that vicinity. That's a big vicinity. Now it's 1 in 36 babies have autism. 1 in 36. Think of it. It was 1 in probably 20,000 people. Now it's 1 in 36. There's something wrong. Something's wrong, and Bobby is going to find it. Working with Dr. Oz, by the way. Working with Dr. Oz. Together, we've achieved more in 4 weeks than most administrations achieve in 4 years. We made a lot of progress. I heard O'Reilly last night say Donald Trump, for the first 4 weeks, is the greatest president ever in the history of our country. That was O'Reilly. Bill O'Reilly is all right. You know who he said second was? George Washington. That's not bad. I beat George Washington. I love beating George Washington. Thank you, Bill. On our first day in office, we declared a national emergency at our southern border. After years of politicians using our military to defend foreign borders while leaving our country defenseless and helpless, we deployed a group of people, active duty troops, to defend our border and repel the invasion of our country. This was an invasion. You know, we had a great first term, a really great first term, and I called it an invasion. And we had great numbers, but now we have the best numbers we've ever had. We've never had numbers like this. We've done it all in 4 weeks. Think of it. That was Tom Homan, Kristi Noem, the whole group. When day one, I ended the catch and release. I reinstated remain in Mexico, and I signed an order that will end birthright citizenship for the children of illegal aliens. Because it wasn't meant for these children. It wasn't meant for people that escaped or invaded, came into our country illegally. It was meant for the children of slaves, because when it was done many, many years ago, it was during a very tough period in this country's history, and that was meant for the children of slaves. I wish people would understand that so they could get this thing approved and we don't have millions and millions of people coming into our country and they shouldn't be here. This week I also canceled temporary protected status for migrants from Haiti. They're pouring into our country, pouring in. If I weren't elected president, there'd be nobody in Haiti anymore. They were pouring in at levels from other countries too, all over Africa, the Congo, all over South America. And they were coming in from prisons and mental institutions and insane asylums, jails, and gang members. And you have to see gang members, drug lords, people that are drug addicted. They were sending them all into our ridiculous and very stupid Biden open border. Our border czar was Kamala. Haven't said that name in a while. I haven't said that name. No, I haven't said that name in a while. Kamala. I'll bet nobody knows her last name. Nobody ever knows her last name. Even during the campaign, you'd have to say Kamala. It's strange, you know, a little different name. Kamala, because her last name was Harris. I used to say Senator Harris. Nobody knew who the hell I was talking about. So I had to go Kamala. But think of it, I was beating Joe badly, really badly, and they changed him. I'm the only one that ever had to beat two people. I had to beat two. Had to beat two. We beat two. I didn't beat. You beat. You beat two people. No, he was doing badly. That's like the great Dana White. He has a fight, and one guy's doing really badly, so when they take him out, they put another guy in the fight, the same guy that's... I had that. Never happened before. A lot of things we do never happened before. Do you ever notice that? We're the first in everything. So we beat two candidates. They said, who do you run against? Well, we ran against Biden, and we ran against Kamala Harris. But illegal border crossings now have plummeted by almost 100%. The border czar never called the border, never called the great people of the border. They have unbelievable... I called them so much they couldn't take my calls. They hated me. But then they became to love me. You know why? Because the border people want to have great borders. But you have to call them on occasion. How are we doing today? Pete, how are we doing? You have to call. And we called the right guys. I became friends. You know, the Border Patrol endorsed me. And these people, you have no idea. They weren't supposed to, because you're not supposed to do that. I don't think you're allowed to do it. Actually, they did it anyway. They said, this is crazy. But these are great people, and ICE, and our general law enforcement, and by the way, our great, great firemen and firewomen, too. They were great. They all endorsed us. With the police, we got high 90s in terms of, and many of them were unionized, you know. We have a young lady who's right now going for the Department of Labor, and she tends to be a little bit on the slightly left of center. And everybody said, why did I do that? I said, you know why I did that? Because unions like her and labor likes her and a lot of people like her, and she's very solid, very strong, and she's going to do the right thing. But they all voted for us. They didn't vote for me, they voted for us. We got the Teamsters, we got the firefighters, we got the police, we got the auto workers. We're so great. We had tremendous support, so I think it's nice to give them a person in the center, because that's what she's going to be very good, I think. But a lot of people say, why'd you do that? I said, because I want to do something nice for these people that voted for me. Oh, gee, what a great political move that was. Now they're all saying, what a great political move. No, it's all common sense. Remember that. Remember that. Sean O'Brien was fantastic. The whole group, they were great. Over the past few weeks, we've begun the largest deportation operation in American history, larger even than that of President Dwight D. Eisenhower, a very moderate man, but He was very strong on that. He didn't like people running into our country and taking over our country. I'll tell you, I had 4 years. I don't know if you had this. I couldn't stand it. Don't get angry. Donald, don't get angry, please. I couldn't stand it. Watching these people come in from jails and mental institutions and the worst criminals in the street, gang members being dropped off in buses and bussed into our country. I couldn't stand it. So I said, I'm going to run for president again. And now we don't have that problem. Now we don't have that problem anymore. We don't have that problem anymore. We now have the best border we've ever had. And by the way, if they can ever find my world's favorite chart ever in history, I'll show you what it was when I left. And now it's even slightly better. Can you drop that chart, do you think? I don't know. I never tell them about this, but they used to drop it like magic. If they can, they'll drop it. Who the hell knows? But it's my favorite chart. My favorite chart in history. We're liberating communities like Aurora, Colorado, and Springfield, Ohio, that have been occupied by illegal alien criminals from all over the world. We're rescuing the Americans whose jobs have been stolen, whose wages have been robbed, and whose way of life has been absolutely destroyed. And under the Trump administration, our country will not be turned into a dumping ground. We're not going to do it. We're going to have a great country again. It's going to happen soon, a lot sooner than you think, and we're going to have so much money coming in from tariffs. Oh, you're going to say, your senators and your congressmen are going to say, please, sir, please, you're making us look so bad. We have so much money coming in. I didn't know this was going to happen. Please don't do this to us. We look very bad. But they're great. They're doing well. I tell you, the Republican senators they're sticking together. The Republican congressmen and women are sticking together. Now, every once in a while, you have one that wants a little action or something. I don't know what it is. It's so sad to see. I just hate to see it. I hate to see it. But they're sticking together. One thing about the Democrats, they have rotten, horrible policy, the worst policy in history, but they stick together. We have great policy, but sometimes they don't stick, but they've been sticking for us. They've been sticking. And I think the Speaker and the leader have done a fantastic job. That's Thune and Johnson, and I think they've done, two guys really working hard and they're really doing a great job. But we have a lot to stick with. We have a lot to stick together for, because what we've done has never been done before. Nobody's ever seen anything like this, and nobody's ever seen 4 weeks like we've had. Especially the 4 weeks, the first 4 weeks. You know, that's like if you golf, when you sink that first 4-footer in the first hole, it gives you confidence on the next hole, you sink another one. Now you go into that third hole and you can't, and by the time you get to the fifth hole, you feel you can't miss, right? Like a baseball player, he gets up and he hits our first one, and then the second at bat, he hits that one. And, you know, and we have great confidence, and they've lost their confidence, as I said. They've really lost their confidence. I watched them. They're really screwed up. I watched this MSNBC, which is a threat to democracy, actually. They're stone cold mean, but they're stuttering. They're all screwed up. They're all mentally screwed up. They don't know what. Their ratings have gone down the tubes. I don't even talk about CNN. CNN's sort of like, I don't know. They're pathetic, actually. But MSNBC was mean. Their ratings are absolutely down. This Rachel Maddow, what does she have? She's got nothing. Nothing. She took a sabbatical where she worked 1 day a week. They paid her a lot of money. She gets no ratings. I should go against her in the ratings, because I'll tell you, she gets no ratings. All she does is to talk about Trump, 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 Trump. All different subjects, Trump this, Trump that. But these people are really, I mean, they lie. They shouldn't be allowed to lie every night. They are really a vehicle of the Democrat Party. They should be paying. Is that Gordon? Yes, is that Gordon? The great Gordon Chang? Is that Gordon? Stand up, Gordon. Wow. We have everybody here today. Thank you very much. How am I doing on China? Am I doing good? Am I doing good on China? Tell you one thing, nobody's ever done like I've done on China. Nobody ever let people know what was happening with respect to China. And I happen to like President Xi, and I have tremendous respect for the people of China, love the people of China. But we've been treated very unfairly by China and many other countries. And we're not being unfairly treated anymore. We had that down to a science in the first term, and then they lost it. You know, we lost over $1 trillion to China this last year under Biden, Crooked Joe Biden. What do we like better, Crooked Joe or Sleepy Joe? Ready? Ready? Crooked Joe or Sleepy? Ready? Crooked Joe. Sleepy Joe. Got to stay with Crooked. He had one ability that I didn't have. He could do something that I couldn't do. I don't say that because he was a horrible golfer. Remember, he challenged me during the debate to a golf match? He said, I'm a 6 handicap. I said, you're not a 36 handicap. He said he's a 6. And then he said, well, I'm 8. Remember? I said, that was quick. Picked up 2 strokes. He said, no, I'm an 8. But he's not a 36 handicap. But he had one ability that was amazing. He could go with cameras on him, television, fake news on him, probably because he knows they wouldn't cover it badly. You know, they covered him as well as you can cover him. How the hell can you cover the guy well? But he had this incredible ability. He could barely walk in the sand. Somebody thought he looked great in a bathing suit. And he'd walk in the sand pulling a thing that weighed about 6 ounces. You know those aluminum? See, aluminum's very good. You can, a child, it's meant for children and very old people to lift, right? So he would put it down, and he'd put it down, and he'd fall into it, and he'd immediately fall asleep in front of the media. I could never do that. That's the only thing. That's the only thing. I could never do it. No, he was Sleepy Joe, but he was crooked as hell. You know, there's no question. He was a sleepy, crooked guy. Terrible, terrible president. He was the worst president in the history of our country. I don't care, I'll say it. Jimmy Carter passed away recently, and he passed away a happy man. He was a happy man when he passed away because he said that it's not even close. Joe was the worst, and believe me, I have to clean up the mess. I'm cleaning up the mess, and it is a mess on the border with inflation. To go over every single thing he touched turned to shit, okay? Everything. It's true. It's true. That's true. Now Franklin Graham's angry at me. You know that. Franklin wrote me a letter. He said, I love your speeches. I love them so much. But they'd be better if you would never use foul language. And I told him, I said, Franklin, you know, Franklin Graham's a great guy, by the way, does a great job. The son of the great Billy Graham, right? But I said to Franklin, you know, sometimes you need it for emphasis. And he said, no, they'd be even better if you wouldn't use any bad language. That's not really a terrible word, you know. But that's a much more appropriate word, a better. What word would I use to describe? What word could I use? It's and we have to be truthful too. So you know, all countries are now taking their illegal aliens back, even those that stated strongly, "We will never take them back. Don't ever send them to us." But they said that during the Biden administration. They never said it during my administration. Venezuela's taking them back. Colombia's taking them back. Remember, Colombia said, we will not take them back, he said. And within about 13 minutes, I think, we would love to take them back. In fact, we will send our planes to pick them up. Remember? And they said, what happened? What happened? And you see these Venezuelan planes loaded up with some real nice people. You wouldn't have wanted to be the pilot on any of those planes. But they know we're not playing games, and just this week I officially designated bloodthirsty cartels and murderous gangs as foreign terrorist organizations, something which Biden didn't want to do and nobody wanted to do. It's true. The full might and power of the federal government will now be dedicated to eradicating MS-13, Tren de Aragua. That's the Venezuelan prison gangs. These are very nice fellows. The only thing good about them is they make our criminals look like nice people. It's true. Remember when they used to say, people that come in from foreign countries are nice people. These are wonderful people. These are good people. They're not murderers. They're not terrible. These people make us look like babies, okay? You know the Hells Angels? They're among the nicest people on earth when you compare them to these thugs. And the Hells Angels actually love our country, if you can believe that. They actually do. But their members and their leaders in the United States will be hunted down. I'm talking about MS-13. They're hunting them down. We removed tens of thousands, MS-13, Tren de Aragua, rooted out, arrested, and expelled from our soil like the savage monsters that they are. We don't have anybody coming up from Argentina. Nobody's coming up from Argentina to facilitate the mass removal of criminal aliens. I also issued an executive order to make available the full capacity and detention. We're going to use Guantanamo Bay. We have a detention facility that's actually massive. Nobody even knew it existed. Holds thousands of prisoners. We never used it. For 4 long years, you had a president who put illegal aliens up in penthouse suites in beautiful hotels on Park Avenue, on Madison Avenue, or on Fifth Avenue in Manhattan. Now you have a president who is stamping their ticket to Gitmo on a one-way trip back to the places from which they came. Wonderful places. Big difference. My administration is also moving swiftly to save the U.S. economy from the train wreck of inflation and worse that Joe Biden created. I withdrew from the one-sided Paris Climate Accord. It was a disaster. That was a disaster. I terminated the Green New Scam. One of the greatest hoaxes ever played on this country is the Green New Scam. We spent trillions of dollars on this nonsense, and just a total hoax. It really set back our country, I want to tell you, monetarily and every other way. And I canceled Joe Biden's insane electric vehicle mandate where everybody has to have an electric car. And if you want an electric car, get an electric car. If you want a gasoline-powered car, if you want to have a hybrid, you get it. The only thing you can't do is a hydrogen-powered car. You know why? They said it really works great, but when it doesn't work, you never find the body. That's a bad sign. You know, when it doesn't work, they found the body on a tree about 250 yards up the road. It's seriously bad. So we'll leave hydrogen out of it for a little while, I think, or maybe permanently. I'd say permanently. To crush inflation by slashing spending, I imposed an immediate federal hiring freeze, a federal regulation freeze, and a foreign aid freeze. We're given to countries that hate us. We're giving billions and billions of dollars to countries that hate us. And I signed an order creating the Department of Government Efficiency. You probably haven't heard of it, which is now waging war on government waste, fraud, and abuse. And Elon is doing a great job. He's doing a great job. We love Elon, don't we? It's that guy, he's a character. With his son X. We love X. He's the only one can get away. His son's really named X. He's the only one can get away with naming his son X. If we ever did it, they'd say, you're crazy. But he's great. He's doing a great job, and he doesn't need this either. He doesn't need it, but he wants to see, he's a patriot. People said, well, what official position does he have? I said, patriot. Oh, they didn't know. They said, that was good. He's a patriot. Here are some of the flagrant scams that, as an example, they've spent money on and we've been able to recapture for a large dose of it at least. $520 million for a consultant to, think of it, $520 million. $520 million. You know, when I hire consultants and they just take advantage of me, it's a horrible thing to watch. And I give them $25,000. I feel I'm overpaying. These guys got $520 million. Environmental, social, governance, and investments in Africa. $25 million to promote biodiversity, conservation, and socially responsible behavior in Colombia. This is Colombia, South America, not Columbia University. Of course, that might be worse, actually, based on their actions. $40 million to improve the social and economic inclusion of sedentary migrants. Nobody knows where. Who are they? Where do they come from? Just sedentary migrants. Nobody even knows what a sedentary migrant is. If they were sedentary, they wouldn't be a migrant, right? They wouldn't move. No, they wouldn't move. They'd stay in the same place. Right, Doug? $42 million for social and behavior change in Uganda. $10 million for Mozambique medical male circumcisions. Why are we going to Mozambique to do circumcisions? It's a lot of money. $14 million for improving public procurement in Serbia. Here's a beauty. $486 million to a consortium of elections and political process strengthening ideas, of which $22 million goes to inclusive and participatory political process in Moldova. $29 million goes to strengthen the political landscape and help them out so that they can vote for a radical left communist in Bangladesh. You had to see who they supported. You wouldn't believe, yeah, you would believe it. Nobody in this room would be in that group. $20 million for fiscal federalism and $19 million for biodiversity in Nepal. $47 million for improving learning outcomes in Asia. $18 million for helping India with its elections. Why the hell? Why don't we just go to all paper ballots? Let them help us with their elections, right? Voter ID. Wouldn't that be nice? We're giving money to India for elections. They don't need money. They take advantage of us pretty good. One of the highest tariff nations in the world. We try and sell something, they have a 200% tariff, and then we're giving them a lot of money to help them with their election. $32 million for the Prague Civil Society Center. $14 million for social cohesion in Liberia. $9.7 million to develop a cohort Cambodian youth with enterprise-driven skills. Think of that. Millions of dollars for sex change operations in Guatemala. $20 million for Sesame Street in Iraq. They put on a little play on the street. $20 million. You could do it on Broadway and have $19 million left over. No, it's a scam. They get kickbacks and all sorts of things. It's a scam. Who ever heard of it? Think of it, $20 million Sesame Street, a play. We're also uncovering outrageous incompetence and fraud in the Social Security. We have, look, let's assume that people, generally speaking, in our case, and everybody in this room, we're going to all live way over 100, but this is a little ridiculous because not too many people are going over 100. Everybody, hopefully, in this room will. But there are in the Social Security ranks and files. And what we're doing now is finding out, do they get paid? Do they get paid? In other words, is somebody taking all of this money? So they have over 100 to 109, 4.7 million Social Security numbers. Think of that, from people whose age is over 100. 3.6 million people whose age is over 110 years. 3.47 million people who are over 120 years of age. 3.9 million people whose age goes from 130 to 139 years of age. 3.5 million whose age goes from 140 to 149 years old. 1.3, see, it's coming down now slowly. No, it's all a scam. The whole thing is a scam. 1.3 million people, 1.3 who are over 150 years of age. And over 130,000 people are listed on our Social Security rolls as over 160 years of age. Now, the final is at 1,039, so now we're down into reasonable numbers. 1,039 people are listed between the ages of 220 years old to 229. And we have one person who's listed at 241 years of age. And we have one person listed at 360 years of age, an all-time record, and our country's 250 years old. So that person's substantially older than our country. Under our administration, there will be no tolerance for Social Security fraud. We will not allow anyone to cheat our seniors, and those who will do that will be prosecuted by Pam Bondi and others. We are also going to Fort Knox. I'm going to go with Elon. And would anybody like to join us? Because we want to see if the gold is still there. We want to see. Wouldn't that be terrible? We open up this Fort Knox. It's just solid granite that's 5 feet thick. The front door, you need 6 musclemen to open it up. I don't even think they have windows. Wouldn't that be terrible if we opened it up and there was no gold there? So we're going to open those doors. We're going to take a look. And if there's 27 tons of gold, we'll be very happy. I don't know how the hell we're going to measure it, but that's okay. We want to see lots of nice, beautiful, shiny gold in Fort Knox. Don't be totally surprised. We open the door, we'll say, there's nothing here. They stole this too. Now, we have a very corrupt group of people in this country, and we're finding them out. We're removing all of the unnecessary, incompetent, and corrupt bureaucrats from the federal workforce. That's what we're doing. And under the buyouts, we offered federal employees more than 75,000 federal bureaucrats. Think of that. Have voluntarily agreed to surrender their taxpayer-funded jobs. We want to make government smaller, more efficient. We want to keep the best people, and we're not going to keep the worst people. And, you know, we're doing another thing. If they don't report for work, we're firing them. In other words, you have to go to office. Right? Right? Look at her. If you don't report to work, you know, that's another scam. You know, who the hell, if I'm staying home, I'm going to, let's see, my golf handicap would get down to very low number. You'd be shocked if I told you the real number. But I would be so good, I'd try and get on tour. I would be so good. I'd call up, I'd say, listen, I'm really working here. Where are my clubs? Where are my clubs? Either that or, in many cases, they have second jobs while they're getting paid by us. So one of the reasons they're leaving is because they don't want to have to show that. And we're demanding to see that information. How many jobs have you had? Who paid you while you were working for the government? And we are demanding that people, if they work for the government, they have to show up and sit in an office and do their job, right? And we've also effectively ended the left-wing scam known as USAID, the agency's name. Has been removed from its former building, and that space will now house agents from Customs and Border Patrol. Beautiful. And at the ultra-left CFPB, which was terrible. So many people have been hurt by that. I used to get calls from lending officers, from owners of small banks, and they were almost crying. What they did to those people, they destroyed them, put them out of business. It was established by Elizabeth Pocahontas Warren. Does anyone know? Remember the Pocahontas scam? I'm an Indian, therefore I'm entitled to be a senator. I'm an Indian. She said, could we see proof of that, please? She said, well, the only proof I have is My mother said I have high cheekbones. Oh, that's no good, right? Remember she went out? I really spooked her, I tell you. Remember she went out, she couldn't take it anymore. She was calling her Pocahontas, Pocahontas. Everyone knew she was not an Indian. I had more Indian blood than her, and I have no Indian blood. I'd be honored to, but I don't have any, but I had more than her. Do you remember she went out and she had a blood test? And it came back and she was so happy because it said 1,024th. That means everybody in this room had more than her. But because there was even a scant, in other words, 1 million years ago, something could have happened. And she was so happy that she released it and she got killed. That was the end of her presidential career. She does not like me very much, but she's a very angry person. Do you notice the way she is? She's always screaming and she's crazy. These people are crazy. The radical left is meaner. Yes. I don't know what it is, Doug. They're meaner than us, aren't they? We're like normal people. We're smart, we get our word, but we don't go crazy. Of course, they'll take my little rant from 15 minutes ago, the fake news. He lost control on the stage. He lost control. And they'll have me screaming, having to do with Franklin, poor Franklin. He lost control of the stage. Oh, these people are bad. They are really sick, too. I don't get it. You think they'd want to love our country. They have no ratings anymore. Nobody listens to them. Nobody believes the fake New York Times. Washington Post is doing no business. They're losing all their business. Nobody believes them. But we've escorted the radical left bureaucrats out of the building and locked the doors behind them. We've gotten rid of thousands. I withdrew the United States from the corrupt World Health Organization. I withdrew from the anti-Semitic UN Human Rights Council. The council is horrible, and I withdrew from the terror-supporting UN Relief and Works Agency. The UN has such great potential, but not the way it's run now. It's terrible the way it's run now. We stopped all taxpayer money to these corrupt institutions. And by the way, just so, because who the hell knows, we got to talk about something very important. The war between Russia and Ukraine. People are being killed, mostly young men, mostly Russian and Ukrainian men, at levels you've never seen before, thousands of people a week. And I've spoken to President Putin, and I think that thing is going to end, but it's got to end. It's a horrible, horrible thing to watch. I'm dealing with President Zelensky. I'm dealing with President Putin. I'm trying to get the money back or secured, because, Europe is given $100 billion. The United States has given $350 billion because we had a stupid, incompetent president and administration. 350. But here's worse. Europe gave it in the form of a loan. They get their money back. We gave it in the form of nothing. So I want them to give us something for all of the money that we put up. And I'm going to try and get the war settled, and I'm going to try and get all that death ended. So we're asking for rare earth and oil, anything we can get. But we feel so stupid. Here's Europe. And it affects Europe. It doesn't really affect us, except we don't like to see two things. Number one, how Biden got us into this thing in the first place. Terrible. But why is it that he didn't ask for equalization? Europe should put up more money than us. But even if you said the same thing, how come we went so far out front? And he didn't know that Europe gets his money back. They did it in the form of a loan. We don't get our money back. We get nothing. So we're getting our money back. We're going to get our money back because it's not fair. It's just not fair. And we will see. But I think we're pretty close to a deal, and we better be close to a deal, because that has been a horrible situation. It would have never happened if I were president. And by the way, October 7th, Israel would have never happened if I was president, too. It would have never happened. Iran was broke. They had no money for Hamas or Hezbollah. They had no money to give. Everybody knows that. Jewish people in the audience know that. Iran was broke. They were not giving money around. And when I got out, they took all the sanctions off Biden, and Iran became rich very quickly. With oil, you can become rich very, very quickly. And the the rest is history. What a horrible thing. Even though the hostages are coming back, I saw it this morning where we got 6 more back. Biden got none back, by the way, just so you understand. None. 0. He would have never gotten any of them back. But they're coming back in pretty bad shape. It's a horrible thing, and many are dead. Many are dead. So we'll see how that all ends up, but it's a horrible thing. But I just want you to know we're working on that. That's a very big part of it. And I don't like talking about it because we're in the middle of negotiations, but it's a very, very sad, would have never happened. There was no way. Russia was never going to go in, and they went in because of a lot of reasons, and so many people are dead. Far more people are dead than you're reading about. You know, when they blow up all these cities, all those cities they look like demolition sites. Every single building is down. All of those beautiful golden towers that are 1,000 years old, they're lying on the ground in smithereens, blown to smithereens. There's nothing left of them. They're just lying on the ground, never to be rebuilt again, not possible to rebuild them again. And all of that heritage is gone. People have done a really horrible job. That would have never, if I were president, 0 chance that a shot would even have been fired. It wouldn't have happened. So sad. To further turbocharge our economy, we've launched the most aggressive deregulation program in any nation's history. And we're also going to be seeking the largest tax cuts in American history. Again, we brought them down, as you know, from close to 40% down to 21%. Now we're bringing them down to 15% if you make your product in the United States of America. We're defending the American worker like never before, and that's why the auto workers and the union workers and the Teamsters and so many others, they supported us, the firemen, the policemen. So many others, whether they were union or non-union, they all supported us. They supported, it's called workers, and they supported us at levels that nobody's ever seen before. Weeks ago, I imposed a 10% tariff on all goods coming from China because of the fact that they're sending fentanyl into our country, through Mexico, by the way. I'm not happy with Mexico, or I'm not happy with Canada either. I imposed 25% tariffs on all foreign steel and aluminum, and I will soon impose reciprocal tariffs on any country that charges us. And by the way, the reciprocal means they charge us, we charge them, same thing. So nobody can be upset, right? But we have countries charging us 200%, and we charge them nothing. They charge us, we charge them. Our country's going to become rich again, very rich. I always say it's my favorite word in the dictionary. The word tariff is my favorite word in the dictionary. You know, we were the richest relatively from, think of this, from 1870 to 1913. That was our richest because we collected tariffs from foreign countries that came in and took our jobs and took our money, took our everything. But they charged tariffs, and we had so much money, they set up the 1887 think of that, a long time ago, 1887 Tariff Commission. It was a commission of very important people to determine where we should spend all of the tremendous, vast wealth that we had. We had so much wealth. Wouldn't it be nice today? Of course, now we give it away to transgender this, transgender that. Everybody gets a transgender operation. It's just wonderful. No, we give it away like to crazy things. But in those days, it was different. It was a different world. It was a different country. But we were very rich because of tariffs. And I get myself in trouble because I say that tariff is my favorite word, and the fake news went crazy. What about God? What about wife and family? What about love? I said, okay, tariff is now my 4th favorite word. I got myself into a lot of trouble with that. You can't believe it. I said, tariff is my favorite word in the dictionary, and I got killed by the fake news. So I say now, it doesn't sound good. Tariff, it's my 4th favorite word. I go, tariff is my 4th favorite word. It sounds so terrible, but this way I'm free. I write free, you know. I don't get clobbered by the fake news. But tariffs are also a powerful tool of diplomacy, and all around the world are moving quickly to bring back peace through strength. We have the greatest, you know, I rebuilt our entire military in the first term. We left a lot of it, although a lot of it, but very small relatively, in Afghanistan. The Taliban has it. You know, they have their parade every year where they take our military vehicles and run them up some little street, and like it's their form of a military parade, and it makes me angry when I see that. Angry. When I see that, I get angry. You know, we give them, I don't think anyone knows this, we give Afghanistan about $2 or $2.5 billion a year. Do you know that? For aid. We need aid ourselves. And I'm going to go back, and I told them yesterday, I want to look at it, but if we're going to give them money, it's okay. But I want them to give us back our military equipment that they have. They're selling it. Doug, would you take that, please? All right? Write something up. No, I want them to give back. If we're going to give them that kind of money, let them give back the military equipment, which they have. They have tanks and trucks and guns and goggles. They have goggles. They have night goggles, better than we have, brand new right out of the box. It's unbelievable. So I want to do that, and I want the, if we're going to pay them, I want to get that equipment back, okay? Doug can do it. He's one of the guys. He's a business guy. To him, he's sitting there saying, how the hell did this ever happen, right? Can you believe it? We give them billions of dollars, and we gave them our military equipment. Just tremendous numbers of billions of dollars worth of military, billions and billions. We have a ceasefire in Gaza, and we're joined today by several survivors of the captivity under Hamas, including Noah Argamani and Ilana Gretovsky. Wow, look at that, how beautiful. What a beautiful group of people. Wow, thank you very much. Thank you very much. And you're sitting next to a great guy, Sebastian Gorka, who's also now in the administration. From day one, right, Sebastian? He's been a loyalist from day one. We love Sebastian. Thank you very much, Sebastian. Thank you, everybody. That's very nice. Beautiful. We're going to make it work somehow, you know. We're doing the best we can. We started. It should have never happened. That's the sad part. Would have never happened. If I were president, and I should have been, if I were president, it would have never happened. But it did, so we're doing the best we can with it. Thank you very much. Thank you. Also with us are family members of some individuals who are still hostages, and we will not rest until all of the hostages have been returned back home. Some of them are coming home in very bad condition, and some of them are coming home only as bodies. They're dead. We have a lot of them coming home now. They're dead. And these are largely young people. Young people don't die. Young people are young people. They don't die like this, but they're dead. And the parents come to me and they say, please, sir, could you get my son back? How old is he, sir? My son is dead. It's important, just as important as if that son were alive, to get the body back. It's amazing, actually. Amazing. Just as important. Thank you. Thank you. It's amazing, though, the parents. The parents are strong. I mean, look, strong. What does strong mean? Strong is their life is ruined. Really, it's ruined. I see the people. But they come up to me, and it's so important to get the body back. They know. And some are not sure. They're 80% sure he's dead or she's dead. But they have that little glimmer of hope, and I say, let them have that hope, right? Let them have that hope. But getting the body back is just as important as getting the son back healthy or the daughter back healthy. It's amazing to see when I see the level of intensity and love and sorrow and tragedy. As I said in my inaugural address, it's my hope that my greatest legacy will be as a peacemaker, not a conqueror. I don't want to be a conqueror. Under the Trump administration, every day brings more good news for America. I've ended all of the so-called diversity, equity, and inclusion programs across the entire federal government and the private sector. and notified every single government DEI officer that their job has been deleted. They're gone. They're fired. You're fired. Get out. You're fired. I made it the official policy of the United States government that there are only two genders, male and female. That was easy. I banned men from competing in women's sports. And I also proudly banned the use of, thank you. We banned the use of puberty blockers, hormone injections, and other chemical and surgical mutilation of your youth. Could you imagine making a speech like this 10 years ago? People would say, what the hell is he talking about, right? This is a sickness that came along with critical race theory and all of the other things that we had to put up with. And it's all out now, critical race theory and transgender insanity. It's all gone from our schools and from our military. And I believe it's gone, too. I think we've turned the heads of even the people that, if you can believe they're believers, I don't know if they were, but I believe that it's all gone. And I've directed the reinstatement of any service member who was expelled from the armed forces due to the COVID vaccine mandate. They will be returned to their former rank with full back pay. Full back pay. I banned government censorship from your voices and brought back free speech in America. We have free speech. We didn't have free speech. We do have it now, actually. Now, this was a very vicious regime, you know. I was put under investigation more so than the late, great Alphonse Capone, one of the great killers of the world. Trump, my father would look down my mother. How the hell did this happen to my boy? This wasn't... No, I was under investigation at a far greater level than Al Capone or anybody else, probably in the history of our country. These people are sick. They're sick. They're bad people. I ended Joe Biden's weaponization as soon as I got in. I said, I'm going to hit him with the same stuff. But I ended his whole weaponization of our government and removed his hand-picked radical left Marxist prosecutors from the Department of Justice. I was so happy to do that. They weaponized government. They weaponized government. I pardoned hundreds and hundreds of Biden's political prisoners, including Christians, pro-life activists, and the J6 hostages who were treated terribly for years. We even got rid of people like Pete Buttigieg, who did the worst job of anybody in the history of transportation. What a bunch of losers. I revoked the security clearances of Anthony Blinken, Jake Sullivan, John Brennan, James Clapper, and every non-patriot who lied to cover up Hunter Biden's laptop from hell. We took away their security clearances. And they're not allowed to enter any government building either. I also revoked Joe Biden's security clearances, the Biden crime family security clearances, and they'll no longer be allowed to access state secrets while selling themselves all around the world. Oh, well. Now, these were bad people. These were bad people. And I do that because this should never be allowed to happen again. What happened to me in this administration, what happened on J6, what happened on all of the things they did that were so bad, should never, ever be allowed to happen again. And on a friendlier note, I renamed the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America. And we are restoring the name of a great president, William McKinley, to Mount McKinley in Alaska. And as you know, many years ago, Jimmy Carter gave away the Panama Canal. And Panama started the process of giving the Panama Canal, by the way, the most expensive development ever in the history of our country, relatively. It would have been $1.5 trillion in today's dollars. 38,000 people died from our country building the Panama Canal. They died from mosquitoes and snakes. Think of it. They paid them 5 times their salary. They brought them to Panama, and they had a 25% chance of dying. They dug under nets so the mosquitoes wouldn't get them. But we lost 38,000, mostly men, laborers, construction workers, because it was such a harsh way to live. It was very brutal. They died. 38,000. Again, it was the most expensive thing we ever built, and they gave it away for $1 to Panama. And last year it made $5 billion. Also, it's one of the most successful projects ever built in terms of money, monetarily. And it's the 8th wonder of the world. It connects 2 oceans, with one being 16 feet higher than the other. Think of it, the Pacific and the Atlantic. Think of what that is. You're going through dikes and canals. Amazing what they did. It was really a wonder of the world. We gave it away for nothing. But we didn't give it to China. We didn't give it to China. We gave it to Panama. We're going to take back the Panama Canal. In a matter of weeks, we have restored America's pride, America's confidence, and America's spirit. According to a brand new poll from Rasmussen, the number of Americans who believe we are on the right track now exceeds the number who think we're on the wrong track. This is the first time in 23 years. That's hard to believe. And we had one poll where we're at 81% right track, wrong track. I guess it depends on who, but that one poll, because Rasmussen's been a good poll, first time in over 20 years that we've had a positive number on that. That's great. That's great. November 5th, 2024 will go down as one of the most important days in the history of our country. I'm pointing to Mike Lindell. That man suffered. That man suffered. The FBI thugs went up to him and they took away everything he had. He suffered. And Mrs. Lindell, was a great guy. They went after him. It was just terrible. This was a vicious weaponization of your government. But he's all, I'll tell you, he stood up. He's all man. He stood up strong, and nothing was going to faze him. And I want to thank you on behalf of everybody, Mike. You put up with a tremendous amount. And he never changed his mind. He said that election of 2020 was rigged. And he's more of a believer today than he was even 4 years ago. But now it's okay to say it, Mike. Now it's fine. Now, that's why, you know, when it comes to a day where you can't challenge crooked elections, we've got a real problem in this country. And as of January 20th, 2025, the dark days of high taxes, crushing regulations, rampant inflation, flagrant corruption, government weaponization, and total incompetence, those days are over. They're over. But we cannot stop now. We're going to push forward every single day. In the immortal words of that great American hero, Captain John Paul Jones, I have not yet begun to fight. And neither have you. So together for the next 4 years, we are going to stand strong. We are going to work hard. We are going to fight, 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 and win, win, win. Thank you to CPAC. Thank you, Matt. Thank you, Mercedes. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. God bless America. Thank you very much. God bless America. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for tuning into the live show. You know what time it is. It is your boy, Genesis. Yes, if you haven't subscribed to the channel, subscribe to the channel. If you haven't, double tap your screen to give this video that you're currently watching a like. Double tap your screen twice to give this video a like. Okay, with that being said, we just saw the speech at CPAC by the legendary Donald J. Trump, the 47th President of the United States. All right, how are we doing? Right now, we got to give this man his flowers, okay? This man has done a lot in 1 month. Okay, we now know for a fact that the southern border is secured. Deportation is going on. ICE, Tom Homan, the border czar, is doing his job. Pete Hegseth is bringing common sense back to the Pentagon. Of course, Kash Patel has been confirmed yesterday. Oh, this next 4 years is going to be spicy. All right, Tom Homan had his own speech at CPAC. Let's listen to that right now.
How you doing? Look, let me start out by saying this. If I offend anybody today, I don't give a shit. Don't care. The media in the back room, I'm sure I'll be reading a lot of hit pieces on me tomorrow. I don't give a shit what you think about me. I get asked all the time, does it bother you as a big part of this country that hates your guts? I don't care. I don't care. Because we got a job to do. You know, I wake up every day for the last 4 years pissed off because the Biden administration took the most secure border in my lifetime and unsecured it on purpose. Right? I worked for 6 presidents, starting with Ronald Reagan. Every president I ever worked for took steps to secure the border. Even Clinton and Obama took steps to secure the border because they clearly understood you can't have national security without border security. They got it. Joe Biden's the first president in history of the nation who came into office and unsecured the border on purpose. So for 4 years, I wake up every day pissed off. But that changed November 5th. Now I wake up every day excited because I work for the greatest president of my lifetime, Donald J. Trump. For 4 years, we had over 10.5 million illegal aliens at our border. They released nearly 8 million into the country illegally. We had a 600% increase in sex trafficking of women and children. We had a record number of known suspected terrorists and people on the terrorist watch list crossing the border. Under Trump, we had 14 in 4 years. Under Joe Biden, just shy of 400. Think about that for a moment. What Joe Biden did to our border was create the most significant public safety and national security vulnerability in this nation's history. But guess what? We got one badass president now who's going to come in and is going to take care of this border. Look at the numbers last few days. I'm telling you, every morning I get up, I can't wait to go to work. Because I know that I have a president who's going to open up every avenue of law enforcement to this great nation. In under 4 weeks, we have illegal crossings on the border down 95%. I remember when the president called me and said, I remember he called me when he brought me, this is the second time I came out of retirement for this man. So he called me, I was the first guy he called, and he says, okay, This is how the phone call went. I picked up I see POTUS on my cell phone, so I know it was Trump. He says, all right, Tom, you've been bitching about 4 years. You want to come fix it? Yeah. And I didn't hesitate. I said, I'll come back and I'll do it for free. I'm so pissed off. You don't have to pay me. And look, in less than a month, illegal crossings down 95%. ICE has arrested over 21,000 people in the nation. Gotaways. Under President Biden, the gotaways, 2.2 million people crossed the border, weren't arrested because the Border Patrol was too busy making sandwiches, changing diapers, making baby formula, making hospital runs, dealing with this humanitarian crisis. 2.2 million people crossed the border and weren't apprehended, weren't fingerprinted. We had about 1,800 a day in 2023. You know how many had yesterday? 48. You're talking about 2,000 miles of border and only 48 people escaped, but that's 48 too many. I'm not going to be happy if that number is 0. Now we're getting a question, well, you said you're going to concentrate on public safety threats and national security threats, but you arrested non-criminals. Yeah, damn right we did. Because you're in the country illegally, which happens to be a violation of our law. Entering this country illegally is a crime, and we're not going to forgive it. Into sanctuary cities, game on, because Pam Bondi's back into place. And Kash Patel is back running the FBI. President Trump brought together one hell of a team, and every time I see one of these people get nominated and take their oath for office, I just get that much more excited. I'm afraid I'm going to have a heart attack one of these days because it just keeps getting better. Sanctuary cities are a sanctuary for criminals. I've read all these stories this week. Tom Homan insulted AOC. Well, look, it's not an insult if it's true. She says Homan has no game, he has nothing on me. Look, you can claim you're educating people according to their constitutional rights. I think she's a long ways away from being a constitutional scholar myself. Bottom line is, we know what the game is. You can claim you're educating people to their rights, but we know what the end game is. Try to tell people how to invade law enforcement. And we're talking about people who enter the country illegally, which is a crime, committed a violent act against a U.S. citizen, were ordered removed by a judge. We got members of Congress saying this is okay to educate them how to invade law enforcement. Look, we're not making this shit up. We're enforcing the laws enacted by Congress. And we're not going to apologize for it, not under this administration. We got great governors out there. Governor Pritzker, you ain't one of them. I met with Governor DeSantis yesterday. No, he's passed one of the strongest state immigration laws in this nation. Do you know it's a crime in the state of Arizona, in the state of Florida? It is a crime to enter the country illegally. He made his own state law. He has passed a law that he will fire any mayor or sheriff that doesn't help ICE enforce immigration law. The men and women of the Border Patrol, I love each and every one of you wearing that green uniform. You're the finest 1% this country has. So look, we're attacking the interior enforcement. For those who don't think those numbers are enough, I don't either. If you haven't seen, I'm happy with the numbers, but I'm not going to be satisfied until every criminal alien gang member, every criminal alien, every Trenda Agua is eradicated from this country and send their ass to Gitmo where they belong. Damn, I love my job. We got, and look, I already said we got the border locked down, crossing down 95%. We've already arrested 21, just above 21,000. And we're going to double the workforce. We're going to add more. We're going to add more targeting. We're going to add more teams. God bless the men and women of ICE. God bless all the DOJ components that are with us. We've got U.S. Marshals, DEA, FBI, ATF, all these fine agencies helping us. And what's great about it, when we went to Chicago, Mayor of Chicago said I wasn't welcome in Chicago. Guess where the first place I went was? Chicago. But having DEA and FBI there and ATF was great. We found an illegal alien with a gun. ATF does a criminal charge. We found an illegal alien with drugs. We prosecuted that crime. So we're prosecuting these people before we deport them, and that's exactly what we should be doing. We're going to make this country safe again. The third rail, when President Trump told me, he said, Tolman, secure the border, run the biggest deportation operation this country's ever seen, and find over 300,000 missing children that were sex trafficked or forced labor trafficking in this country. And we're looking for them. And we're going to save children. All these bad stories about Trump, Holman, you're racist, you're a white nationalist, you're a mean person. Okay, I'll take that. Because you know what Holman's doing? I'm working for the greatest president of my lifetime, and we're going to save lives. Because when 95% less people are coming across the border, how many women ain't being raped? How many Americans aren't dying from fentanyl overdoses? How many no-suspected terrorists aren't getting in the country? How many women and children aren't sex trafficked in this country when you have a border lockdown? We're saving lives. That's right. Stand up. President Trump's getting ready to come on stage. I got another message to the criminal cartels of Mexico. At the RNC, I said a speech. I said two things at the speech. If you're in the country illegally, you better start packing now. We're keeping that promise. The other thing I said on stage at the RNC, that President Trump is going to designate the criminal cartels of Mexico as a terrorist organization. He's going to wipe you off the face of the earth. After I said that, of course, I got numerous death threats. They've doubled the size of my security detail because all the cartels want to take Holman out. Well, I'll tell you what, come get some. You have killed more Americans than every terrorist organization in the world combined. You are now a terrorist organization. So word out to anybody that assists them, anybody that sells their drugs on the street, anybody that assists these cartels in any way, you are helping a terrorist organization, and the weight of the world's coming down on you. I read a story last night, the police commissioner of Boston. You said you doubled down on not helping the law enforcement officers of ICE. I'm coming to Boston. I'm bringing hell with me. I looked at the numbers this morning. I stopped counting at 9. Nine child rapists that were in jail in Massachusetts, but rather than honoring an ICE detainer, released them back into the street. You're not a police commissioner. Take that badge off your chest, put it in the desk drawer, because you became a politician. You forgot what it's like to be a cop. And guess what? The men and women of Immigration and Customs Enforcement, they found those predators, and they're locked back up, and we're going to deport them from the United States. To the women, men and women of ICE, the agency I used to run, I was the first ICE director that actually came up through the ranks. For the 20,000 men and women that work for me, I never asked them to do anything I didn't do myself. What I've done recently, I brought a bunch of badass old school boys back. I got a guy named Mark Hall. Mark Hall went through the Border Patrol Academy in 1984. I said, Mark, you ready to come back and make a difference? And he dropped everything he did to come back. I'm bringing a bunch of old school people back to show the young folk how we did it and how we're going to do it. And like I said, I want to leave you with this. I said I got 45 minutes left. Look, if Congressman Jay Paul couldn't gavel me to shut up, no one on this building is going to get me off the stage until I'm ready to get off the stage. Now they turned the time red. I guess that's a warning. Look, here's what I'm going to say. And I hope you agree with me. If you agree with me, will you please stand up and let him know, because he's listening right now. The greatest president in my lifetime is back in the Oval Office. He's going to make America great again. He's going to make America healthy again. He's going to make America safe again. You got it. President Trump, God bless you. I'm proud to be.
Everybody is hyped, okay? Tom Homan is hyped. Kash Patel is hyped. Everybody in this Trump administration is ready, and they're giving us proper information as they go. Elon Musk is auditing the entire government, saving money for the American people. Tom Homan is deporting people, illegal, keyword, illegal immigrants. People are still angry about the fact that a president is trying to make his country safe. So what? Don't deport illegal immigrants? I don't get it. Greatness is upon us, ladies and gentlemen. Enjoy the greatness. All right, so I have another great guy, Byron Donalds. And of course, Byron Donalds has been endorsed by Donald J. Trump, the 47th President of the United States, for governor of Florida. So Byron Donalds may be the next governor for Florida. You heard it here first.
Has a pretty good ring to it, doesn't it?
Yes, love it.
CPAC, look, it's been an interesting 12 hours for me. A lot of things been going on. Hi, honey. My wife is here. Hi, honey. I love you. It's good seeing you. I want to tell you a little bit about the last 12 hours, and then we'll talk about the other stuff. But I want to talk to you about the last 12. Oh, thank you so much. I'm in an event and my phone is ringing yesterday, and it was with my good friend out of Kentucky, Andy Barr, and I'm at an event for him in Naples, and my phone is ringing nonstop, and I'm like, what is going on? And I'm trying to pay attention to the event because I'm trying to be a good friend to my colleague from Kentucky, and I get a phone call, and it's from the president. And he talks to me about what he just put out on Truth Social. And I just want to say, Mr. President, thank you. And I will never let you down. But I didn't even have a chance to really digest what was going on, because an hour later, our middle son, he and his team were playing in a regional championship last night. And I got to tell you, as a dad, let's put politics aside for a moment. As a dad, I watched my 17-year-old son play the game of his life. And I mean, I coached him from when he was 3, and he would be mad at me for making him take jumpers and layups. And so every now and again, you might have an argument in the driveway. He wanted to go play. I made him go to work. But last night, watching him really make key plays for his team, it all kind of came full center. So my phone is blowing up, and people in the gym are trying to talk to me about politics, but I'm watching my son just live that moment in time when all the work and all the preparation meets success. And they were down 5 points in the third, and they had to rally back. And then the thing that's iconic in my mind, and I know we're supposed to be talking about politics and the golden age of America and making America great again, but I will tell you, part of the golden age of our nation is the success of our children and our grandchildren. So I'm watching my son. It's 8 seconds on the clock. The place is going berserk. We have a lead. He gets a rebound, and he just starts dribbling down court. And I'm on the side of the baseline that he's dribbling towards. Like, I can't sit in the stands. I got to stand on the baseline and yell at the referees. Not too loud. Not too loud. Not too loud. I'm much more mature these days. My wife is looking at me like, no, you yell. And he's dribbling towards me, and it looks like he's going to take off and dunk, and he decides not to. He passes it to a teammate. The clock expires. He turns around. He sees me. I see him. And he's all sweaty and nasty, but it was the best bear hug a father could ever have. My son was able to do last night the thing that we want all of our children to be able to do. To have the opportunity to truly excel, to find themselves, to work hard, and to deliver success, not just for themselves, but for the people around them. He and his teammates last night, they won a big game. They're going to the state Final Four next week, and I'm not going to miss a game. I'm going to be at each one of them. But as I was coming out here to talk with you today, it kind of gave me an ability to take a step back, because the things that we are fighting for, the ideals that we stand for, are for the future of this great nation. And so while the Democrats have continued to lose their minds, literally, yes, there were 5 senators who were standing at a podium all by themselves protesting the fact that Kash Patel is now the director of the FBI. You have Democratic members of Congress who are standing outside of the USAID building protesting the fact that Donald Trump has delivered on the promise of cleaning out the waste, the fraud, and an abuse in our federal government. Some of their donors are pissed at him, and they frankly should be pissed at him. I mean, they just wasted, what is it, $1.5 billion for a devastating loss? That's really expensive. To those donors, you should come and join us. We actually believe in using money efficiently and effectively. They're going to the courts, the last bastion of hope they possibly have, and they're going to the courts and they're now trying to sue President Trump because he's using the same discretion the Democrats have used for decades to build a leviathan of a federal government that is not responsive to you, that does not listen to what we the people desire, that ignores elections no matter the outcomes, but continues to build an albatross of a federal government. And now they are mad because we are committed to doing the thing we told you on the campaign trail for months. We are going to bring this government to heel. It will be responsive to the will of the American people, and we will make America great again. In my state, some of the things that we're going to do on Capitol Hill, we've been doing in Florida. You know, the phrase down in Florida is, make America Florida. There's a reason why citizens have been leaving blue states to go to Florida. There's a reason why people who immigrate legally, and I stress legally, from some of the worst places in the world come to Florida. There's a reason why students in Florida and parents in Florida have choice at their fingertips to find the best solution for their children. And that reason is because we have leaders who have been committed to the principles of individual liberty and limited government. They have been committed to those same constitutional principles that are the very foundation of the America First movement. And our leaders, Governor DeSantis, and before him, Governor Scott, and all of the men and women who have served in our legislature, myself included, a long time ago. Well, not that long ago. I'm not that old. I'm 46. I'm not that old. We were committed to making sure that there was a state that people could go to chase the American dream, to realize the American dream, to be able to watch their kids do something fantastic like I had the opportunity to do last night. And that state's Florida. But let me tell you this, Florida's not going to stop leading. We're going to build off of what we've done, and we are going to continue to lead bigger, better, faster, greater, safer, freer, because the American dream is for everybody, and we're going to show the other 49 states how to get it done. To my friend at 1600, who I know you guys are going to see tomorrow night, my friend, Mr. President, I already know they're not going to get you down. You just keep going. Because the forgotten men and women of this nation are grateful for your leadership. They are grateful for the vision, and they are grateful, frankly, for the guts to be able to stand toe-to-toe with the insane radical left and tell them no more. America is going to be in the golden age, and it will do tremendous things for the people that live here. And as for me, stay tuned. A few miles from here, myself and my colleagues, we have a job to do. And I want to tell you, we are going to deliver on the agenda that all of you worked for, that all of you knocked doors for, that you made phone calls for, that you got people to the polls for, that you might have been watching your polling location for. We are going to deliver on that agenda because the Democrats are a mess. The media doesn't even know what to say. And quite frankly, have they ever really known what to say? I mean, their credibility, please. Margaret Brennan, oh my gosh. Thank God J.D. Vance spoke common sense and real talk to her. But we are going to get this job done. A long time ago, my wife was with me. This is early on in this journey in politics. A long time ago, there was a phrase I always said when I would meet with people and talk to people. And this is when I was asking for votes, probably 8 years ago, 10 years ago. And I would say, I need your vote because we have a country to save. Well, CPAC, you delivered the votes. And now on Capitol Hill, working with President Trump, we are going to deliver and save the greatest nation man has ever known. God bless you, CPAC. God bless America.
Byron Donalds, this man right here is definitely a star and would be a bigger star as time goes on. For 2028, I don't think he's going to run for the presidential seat. He's not yet there yet. I think he's a very, articulate person, smart, very courageous. He says what he wants. However, I think he should stick to being the governor of Florida. See somebody saying Byron Donalds 2028. I don't know. At the federal level, I don't know. But state level for sure, Byron Donalds will do great. Definitely do great. The Republican Party has changed the way people vote, the way people listen to politicians, the way Americans demand what they want from their leaders. And it's only going to get better moving forward. For 2028, 2032, if you're not coming to the people and telling them exactly what you're going to do and then do it, it's going to be hard. This first 30 days or 32 days that Trump has been the president, things has changed. People have seen what is possible. It's over from here. It's over. It's over. People think 2024 was a red wave. 2028 would be worse, like really worse. All right, all right, I need to pause this right here. Okay, so Trump and the First Lady, they hosted a National Governor Association dinner tonight at the White House. Let's take a listen to what the OG, the 45th, and now the 47th. Some people say he also was the 46th because the 2020 election was whatever. Free speech, ladies and gentlemen. Free speech.
This is a beautiful evening. It's an evening I always look forward to. And welcome to the most important house, I think, anywhere in the world. No matter where you go, there's nothing like it. And this is America's governors and spouses. And someday, somebody sitting in this room is probably going to be here for 4 or 8 years. We don't know who it is. I have some suspicions, but you never know, right? You never know, as the expression goes, but it's a great honor to have you. It is an incredible place. And let me begin by expressing our gratitude to the First Lady of the United States for hosting the dinner. She worked very hard on making sure everything was beautiful, and she's very good at that. Thank you very much. You know, it's time flies, and I just realized this is the 5th Governor's Ball that Melania and I have hosted, and thank you for doing such a great job, and really great, really beautiful, made the evening beautiful. We have many new faces among the governors from our new administration, and we have a lot of people that have been just newly sworn in, and we have them with us tonight, and also we have some people that I've become very close to, Vice President Vance and Second Lady Usha Vance. I want to thank you very much. What a great start you've gotten off to. You've gotten off to a great start. Thank you very much, JD. Really amazing. Usha, thank you very much. Really amazing job. Congratulations as well to the 8 new governors attending tonight. And would you please stand up? We have 8 brand new, beautiful governors. Good. That's great. Thank you very much. Thank you. It's a good-looking group. I'm fortunate to have some of your most outstanding former colleagues as members of my team, and they're doing an incredible job, including former Governor of North Dakota, Doug. Where's Doug? Doug Burgum. And Catherine. Thank you. Thank you. And he's looking for that energy along with Chris, isn't he, huh? And former Governor of South Dakota, Kristi Noem, who's doing an incredible job, too. Thank you, Kristi. Great job. Thank you, Christy. Great job. The governors and president have really a special bond because we're all executives and we have to get the job done for the people, and you're doing the job and I'm doing the job and we're working together, and my numbers right in your wallets and right on your person, because I am open to anybody, Republican or Democrat. If we can help, you're going to call me up and we'll take care of it. You'll call the secretaries, you'll call the cabinet members, but if they don't do the job, and I think they will, you'll call me and we'll take care of it. And that's Republican or Democrat, and I'll take maybe the Democrat call even first. How about that? Can I say that? And I have a tremendous respect for the burdens that you bear, overseeing state police forces, directing disaster relief efforts, fighting for jobs and businesses, and so much more. And what we're going to do is a little bit different than we've ever done this before. We're going to ask you, if you want, you don't have to, you know, it's a beautiful, elegant evening. We can sometimes make it unelegant by doing this, but it's always interesting. If you'd like, you get up and either ask a question or make a statement. And ideally, it's going to be a statement of unity, maybe for tonight. But whether it is or not, we don't care. We've been through it all, right, Ron?
You mentioned unity, and I know you met with the LIV and PGA.
That's
Are you
right.
going to be able to bring golf back together?
Well, that's an interesting question. He's a very good golfer, and he asked that question. I think there's a good chance that we'll do that. I do. I think there's a very good chance, and it should be together. So that's an interesting question for you to ask. So we're going to ask if you want to get up and say something as we progress. This evening, we're not Democrats or Republicans. We're America's chief executives, and together we have to make our country run and run properly. We'd love your cooperation on energy, and we have some of the greatest energy people in the world in this room tonight, and they're working for the administration. Chris is here someplace. Where is Chris? Chris, thank you very much. Everybody knows him. They couldn't believe that we got you, but he gave up a lot to do this, and he said to be the best anywhere in the world, so thank you very much. We appreciate it very much, Chris. We also want your assistance on public safety, especially removing foreign terrorist organizations from America, removing some really bad guys and bad people from America, and we're going to get them out for you. We'll be doing you a big service, and we'll get them out. We're bringing them back to the states where they came from. We don't have one country that says no. We had a lot of them that said no, but that was lasted about 2 hours, and all of a sudden they were all saying yes. But we'll get them back, and we'll get them out, and we'll make your state a lot safer. And on deregulation, we'll be creating maximum deregulation and maximum numbers of jobs, and I think it has a lot to do. One has a lot to do with the other. I want you all to succeed so that our country will succeed, and I'm always just a phone call away. By special coincidence, this evening marks the 293rd birthday of our first president, George Washington, whose portrait hangs in the East Room. And the father of our country was a great general. He was unmatched, really, as a general up till that time. And he was also a great executive and a true statesman. George Washington, by force of will and determination, he was also the ultimate national unifier. He was a great unifier. In fact, he could have stayed longer. They wanted him to stay longer, and he said, no, we don't want to do that. We want everybody to have a chance. We don't want to. He was very, very popular, and he refused to stay longer. And that in itself was possibly at the early stages of government a very important fact. In his farewell address, George Washington counseled Americans that our shared national identity under one great political union is, quote, the main pillar in the edifice of our real independence, the support of our tranquility at home, our peace abroad, our safety, our prosperity, and that very liberty which we so highly prize. Beautiful words. We don't use words like that much nowadays, do we, huh? I don't know what happened. We don't use, we should be able to start. The elected leaders in this room are the living embodiment of the union to which President Washington referred. You're really doing a fantastic job. I won't say, because the press is up there going crazy tonight, but I won't say how good some of the Democrats are, but some of you are doing a really good job. Others are doing good, and some I'm not so sure about. But you do. You have some very great talent on the other side, I have to say, and we all appreciate it and we respect it greatly. So tonight, let us all recommit ourselves to strengthening America, making it something even more special than it has been. And we're going to be one united nation, and maybe together this is going to be the evening that we start uniting. We're going to unite. We're going to hold each other close, and we're going to fight for our country. And I want to just make a comment that we have a very special room that most of you haven't seen, and some of you might have been here with me the last time we were together, which was actually 5 years ago. Can you believe it? I missed you for 4 years very, very badly. That was a long journey back, Melania, wasn't it? It was a long, tough, that was a nasty journey. Don't ever try it. But it is unique. But it was a long journey, a long, nasty journey. But here we are, and we're going to do things that hopefully nobody else has really been able to do. But we have a room called the Lincoln Bedroom. I think it's like maybe, to me, the most important room in the whole country, the most important bedroom, definitely. And it's incredible, just the way he left it. And he was Abraham Lincoln, after all. And we have it upstairs. And right after we're finished with the meal, I'm going to take whatever group wants to go up. We can handle quite a few. We walk up the stairway, the big, beautiful, grand stairway, and at the top of that stairway is the Lincoln Bedroom and the Treaty Room, where we signed virtually every land acquisition. And we are looking at a few of them, by the way, just in case you're not. We're looking at a few. I won't name them tonight, but I think we know what we're talking about, maybe more than we even think. But we'll meet here right after the end of the meal. And we'll walk up together, and you'll see something that actually is really amazing and real history with the Treaty Room and the yellow oval. It's a room that was copied by the Oval Office 1/4 of an inch. Taft wanted it to be exactly that way. It was more than 100 years younger than the Oval Office, and the Oval Office is younger. And when they built it, they loved the room that you'll see upstairs so much, and it's almost an exact copy. The Oval Office is almost an exact copy. And you'll see some things that are really, really interesting. And again, as we progress tonight, if you feel like it, just come up. We're going to leave the mic on, which is usually a mistake. That's usually not a good thing, but we're going to leave the mic on, and you may ask a question, or you'll make a statement. And I'd like to ask Scott Turner, who's our Secretary of HUD. He's a great young man, and he's a tremendous, tremendous talent. And I'd like to ask you to say grace. Thank you. Thank you, Scott. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. President. Let's pray together. Father, we're so grateful to have this opportunity to gather together, Father, for such a time as this, Lord. Father, we thank you for President Trump. Lord God, we thank you for the First Lady. We thank you for Vice President Vance and the Second Lady. Lord God, I pray that you will be an iron dome of protection around them and their families. Lord God, we thank you that you are a sovereign Father and you're a good, good Father. And tonight, Father God, I thank you for the governors that have gathered here. Lord, thank you for their service. I pray you will give them wisdom and clarity and understanding. God, I pray you will be with them and their families. Lord God, I pray and thank you for my colleagues in the cabinet, Father God, that are here tonight. Lord God, we know that you have ordained this time before the foundations of the world. And Lord God, we thank you. Father, we thank you tonight that as we gather and as we fellowship, Lord Jesus, that you would be glorified. And Father, as President Trump, Father, as the leader of this nation, Lord God, as he every day, Father God, leads and serves, Father, I pray that you would give him great favor. God, I pray that you would open his eyes to see like he's never seen before, that you would open up his ears to hear your voice. And Father God, you would give him divine insight and divine, Father God, just wisdom as he leads and serves this country. And Lord, tonight we pray that the joy of the Lord would be our strength, because we are happy tonight, because you saw fit to bring us together. We love you. We honor you. And Lord, thank you for this food that we shall receive. I pray you would bless it to nourish our bodies, that we may build your kingdom. and bless the hands that prepared it and those that will serve it. We give you the glory. In Jesus' name, amen. Amen. Bless you.
Thank you very much.
And a lot of people would, sit down in their homes or grab their phones and listen to prayers like that, or listen to uh, conversations like this, where Trump is with leaders. In this scenario, he is with the governors, Democrats and Republicans. This is what a leader does. He commands respect. He wants to know what's going on in different regions. What more do you want? And when it comes to the prayer, this is how you pray for the president, the vice president, the leaders, the governors. Unlike the prayer that we heard, was it the presidential service a day after the inauguration, where she was saying people are scared, people are afraid. The priestess, y'all remember the priestess, right? The priestess who was basically advocating for illegal migrants. This right here is how you pray. Okay, of course, CNN has something to say concerning the first 30 days of the OG. Everybody already knows that this first 30 days was legendary, okay? Even if you are not a Republican, even if you don't really care about Trump, or some people don't care about the United States, and they are actually Americans. So if you don't care about, your country, you've been seeing the news, correct? You've seen how hard this guy has gone for the past 30 days. Executive orders has gone wild. The Department of Government Efficiency has found wild scams in the government, and they're giving real-time information to American people. This is what the American people voted for. Accountability. With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, I am proud of my vote. I am happy. I am glad that I voted for a legend, a man who stands by his words, who fights for his people, who works nonstop around the clock. He is going to be 79 years old this year and is working nonstop around the clock. And people are going to be on their couch watching Netflix and talking about Trump is a racist. Did you see who just made the prayer? Trump is bad. He doesn't want anybody to prosper. He's a thief. He wants to steal. He's making his family rich. Yet, he wants to send you $5,000 courtesy of the Department of Government Efficiency. How is he making himself rich when he's sensible enough? He's loyal to his country to say, you know what, we found excess waste. We're cutting out the fat in the government spending, and voila, we're going to send you $5,000, 20% of the money we saved from the fat from this barbecue that the government have in the oven. The fat is spilling down. And this man is saying, you know what? I'm going to give y'all some of this. I'm going to give y'all some of this pie. And people are still in their homes saying Trump isn't the right candidate. You went from open borders sending billions of munitions to Ukraine. Bunch of BS for the past 4 years. Your president walking into the Amazon rainforest, doesn't even know where he's going. About to go say hello to the jaguars and reptiles. This man was sleeping on world events, world stage in Angola. Biden was sleeping in Angola. And here you have a man who has been consistently every single day he has been inviting the press into the Oval Office. You may not like Trump, okay? I get it. However, you can never say this man isn't responsible for every decision he makes. You can never say this man isn't being accountable to the people that voted for him every single day. I've never seen this type of leadership ever. Highest level. All right, listen to what CNN has to
Mary
say.
Enton, so tell us, this polling, I think, burst a little bit of the bubble from some numbers that we had gotten earlier in the Trump term. And it seems to indicate that, yeah, there are some things Americans like, but a growing list of things that they don't like.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. I mean, look, Trump came in, he had a positive net approval rating. His approval rating was above his disapproval rating, and it made folks like me go, whoa, we never saw that during Trump's first term. And then all of a sudden this week, the numbers started coming in from a month in, and what do we see? We saw Trump underwater in our CNN poll. We saw Trump underwater in the Quinnipiac University poll. We saw Trump underwater in the Washington Post Ipsos poll, and so on, so forth. So he's clearly underwater now. He's in a better position than he was, let's say.
Same polls that predicted that Kamala was going to be the 47th president of the United States. Are they currently talking about those same polls that had Trump losing the 2024 election? Now they're saying those same polls are against Trump. When clearly 70%, actually more than 70% of Americans are in support of everything Trump is doing. Matter of fact, even the tariffs, okay? The tariffs that everybody's talking about and saying this is a bad decision for the American consumers. People are actually now educated, reading and going back in time and realizing that, wait, before income taxes, we actually only had tariffs. But as soon as income taxes was introduced, we didn't really care about tariffs. But if you check and do your own research, you would understand that the tariffs that you are so scared about in the late 1800s, early 1900s, this was, matter of fact, even in the 1700s, tariffs were one of the largest income for the federal government in the United States. So do your own research. Tariffs aren't that bad like you think it is. And everybody's talking about egg prices. It is going to go down. This is his first 30 days. Relax.
For most of his first term, but it's going in the wrong direction, and it's going in the wrong direction at the same time that folks are saying this economy ain't so hot to trot. It's coming at a time in which his economic approval ratings stink, far worse than during his first term. There are a lot of warning signs for Donald Trump in the numbers that came out.
Yeah, I mean, look, you could argue that everybody's numbers go down, right? Like no president goes up. They always go down. However, what's striking to me, and the question that keeps turning over in my head is, does the man even care? He's supposedly not running again, although he keeps joking about maybe he will. But do poll numbers even matter if your name is Donald Trump right now?
Yes and no. I think that he picks and chooses what information he chooses to believe. So as long as he can find some poll numbers that have him looking like he's doing really well. But what he does care about is things like the stock market and the Dow Jones closing low because of risks of tariff and because of tariffs and some of his trade policies. That actually does resonate with him. When I worked with him, he'd always have Fox Business on in the outer oval and just want to see every day how the markets close. So if he feels like he's looking weak on the world stage and if he feels like the economy is not moving quickly enough, that is something he'll react to. And I've said to my friends in Trump world, they should not take too much with this endorsement of the fact that he won and he won the popular vote, which was a surprise to some. He was very clearly elected on two things he's good at, securing the border and allegedly addressing the economy. All of these other things are reminding people they might like the idea of Donald Trump better than Donald Trump himself.
Yeah, and to piggyback off of that, and I was here a couple of weeks ago and I bemoaned that there was so much focus on DEI. Right. And I said that Americans were concerned about the economy. And we're seeing now, because I saw your report on yesterday, that's where Donald Trump is failing most. Not failing, but that's where the issue is with Donald Trump regarding the economy. There's not a lot of pushback.
Everybody has their own opinions. I get it. However, it's like Americans know that there is excess amount of waste in the government. And this is why Trump won the 2024 presidential election, because Americans said, we want you to go in there, trim the fat, drain the swamp, make America great again, pay down the debt, secure the border, stop the wars. These are the reasons why Trump became the president. And I hear people talking about, well, this man is shutting down, he is closing down the Department of Education. Why are you acting like you didn't know he said those words during the campaign trail? He said he was going to shut down the Department of Education. I support it because it's a choice for parents to be able to take their kids to any school they decide. Unlike now, you have to go to the school where, you live in your zip code. You should be able to have a choice. There should be school choice where I could take my daughter anywhere she wants to go or anywhere I decide for her to go because they have better education. You know what I mean? So it's like, if you think about it, what is so bad about school choice? About bringing back the decision to the states and ultimately allowing the parent to decide what their kids deserve. Well, people just have, really, they don't care. They just want to talk about, oh, he's a bad person. They really don't do you don't do your research. So if you don't do your own research, what do you expect? And when people say you only watch Fox News or you only talk about CNN or whatever, you watch every news outlet. You do your own due diligence. You read. Easy.
That you see around the immigration policy. We see that about 93 border engagements are maybe about 93%. ICE arrests are doubled now what they were. Donald Trump has done some things around IVF treatment. I think that that's a very good thing. It's an extension of what Donald Trump did when he was in office, where it was through the Veterans Administration, the Veterans Health Administration. They were focusing on providing IVF treatment to veterans and their families. So those type of things are important. But I think what you said, in addition to the economy, it is how people feel. And are you being reminded about the things you don't necessarily like about Donald Trump? Economic anxiety is the thing that the Trump campaign ran on, and I think that he won on. Well, that economic anxiety still exists, and I know because $8.99 was the cost of eggs.
$8.99.
Yo, I got hit with the $8.50 yesterday.
Not to one up you, but I paid like $9.99
Across the street from my house.
Yeah, this was.
But the point is, where's the focus on the bird flu and the eggs prices?
But I am fascinated by you saying that he is joking about running again.
I'm saying he claims it's a joke. I don't know if it's a joke.
Was it the White House Twitter account that put out the thing that called him the king?
Right.
What the convention this weekend with all these people talking about the idea of him running again. These ain't no jokes. Like deep down inside, this is serious. And the reason this terrifies me is there is no joke. You're not supposed. You can't run again if you're in his position. So if the joke is that you're running again, there is not going to be an election if this is going to be the thing that you are going to do. So when we start talking about his polling numbers, I'm fascinated by that because it is almost as though we are treating him like a president who could run again. Now, that could be deleterious to the party itself if he has terrible numbers and then you get to a midterm election and everybody goes down. But for him, at least in theory, the polling doesn't matter. That's the beauty of being a second-term president. That's the complaint about Obama's second term was, what did you have to lose this time? You could have done a whole bunch of other stuff. So when we start talking about him in the context of polling numbers, I feel like we're looking at him in a way that legitimizes the potential for what could really happen, which is there might not be a 2028 election, at least the way that these people are behaving as though that is not in their plans.
I mean, who knows?
But the fact that we're even saying who knows is wild.
That could happen. I'm not even going to go into it. But Harry, you were about to say
I think there are two things going on. Number one, if you look at the betting markets, I occasionally look at them. Who's going to be the Republican nominee come 2028? Donald Trump isn't at zero.
Is that what they're saying?
There are a few folks who are betting on. I think it was like trading at like 7% or something along those lines. It's not the craziest thing we might have ever heard. But I'll also say this. We talk about why Donald Trump was elected in that first place, right? He was elected immigration, where folks actually like what he's doing on immigration, and he was elected to fix the economy, where people really don't like what he's doing at this particular point. What he was not necessarily elected to do was put Elon Musk in the position that he is in with Doge. And if you ask voters, what is the number one thing you dislike about what Donald Trump has done so far in his second term, it's that dismantling of the federal agencies, it's the firing of those folks, and it's putting Elon Musk in that position that he is right now, and it's so far blowing up in his face, at least when it comes to the public opinion poll.
Let me play from this really a blow-up of a town.
Elon Musk being the leader of the Department of Government Efficiency and reporting to the people basically via X every single day, the people are not complaining. These people just keep saying a bunch of BS. People are actually happy that they have someone who is holding, or they have an organization or a body who is holding the government accountable for excess spending. And there is a potential for $5,000 for every tax-paying American, which is like over 79 million Americans. So it's like, give this man a chance to work. I'm just going to enjoy myself this next 4 years. Enjoy the greatness, enjoy the affordability, enjoy the low interest rate, enjoy the low mortgage rate, enjoy the secured border, enjoy the no wars. I mean, just enjoy it. Like, what are you had 4 years in hell when you had Kamala Harris and Joe Biden in there. And now you have change. You have people who actually care, and you are still complaining.
Hall that Congressman Rich McCormick got in Georgia, a kind of rural part of the state. Just listen to this.
Tyranny is rising in the White House, and a man has declared himself our king.
Okay, here we go.
I would like to know, rather, the people would like to know what you, Congressman, and your fellow congressmen are going to do to rein in the megalomaniac in the White House.
When you talk about tyranny, when you talk about presidential power, I remember having the same discussion with Republicans when Biden was elected.
I stand corrected, a more suburban district, but a pretty safe seat for him. And it was like that for the whole.
When people say, I don't know what this man is doing right here, this guy is a sellout. Trump doesn't care about you. This administration do not care about you or people that look like you, bro. Okay, I get it. Yet, this man is making sure that Opportunity Zone is coming back, which he did when he was the 45th president of the United States. And do you know what Opportunity Zone is? It was brought up by Tim Scott. And not only Opportunity Zones. Okay? The First Step Act, which is coming back again, which happened in 2016. Freeing people from jail who deserve to get another chance in life. Securing the border, making sure that this illegal, wild, dangerous people don't cause more harm than they already have. Laken Riley, go talk to her parents. They are in shambles. They would wish, just imagine, what do you think she would be talking about? She would wish Joe Biden never became the president. Laken Riley's mom, I am sure, in their household, they would be wishing that that Biden never became president of the United States. So just enjoy this greatness that you're about to experience, and you are already experiencing.
Town hall. It was not pretty.
I think one thing that gets lost about the federal government is that it is the number one employer in the United States. And no matter what people think about government employees not working hard enough, you don't have this job security, whatever it is, once you start having mass layoffs at the number one employer in America, that is going to not just affect the people you're talking to, the people related to the people that you're talking to, all the way around. That is, I think that seemed like a better play in their minds than it's turning out to be an application, especially since it doesn't appear to make any sense.
Maybe angry constituents, maybe Congress people freaking out, maybe Jesse Waters freaking out. I don't know. Do we have time to play Jesse Waters? Let's play it real quick.
He just found out he's probably going to get laid off. He's going to get doged. This guy's not a DEI consultant. This guy's not a climate consultant. You know, this guy is a veteran. We just need to be a little bit less callous with the way, Harold, we talk about doging people. Thousands of bureaucrats woke up today to a big "you're fired." Doge is dishing out spankings like daddy daycare. Even the holiday weekend couldn't slow Doge down. There was a huge exodus over at the National Archives. Persnickety librarians were getting doged silly. The Dewey Decimal System's next. Doge is a blessing from the...
If you're not producing results and you work for the federal government, you should be checked. And maybe that buddy should be shut down or closed. That is what the Department of Government Efficiency is doing with Elon Musk. And people are just so wild and talking about, look, this guy has the power to fire anybody that works for the federal government. Who elected him? The president gave him a job to do. America is in trillions, tens of trillions of dollars in debt. Don't you think actually auditing the way the government spends money is the way to go?
The heavens above.
Well, somebody woke up and discovered that the federal government employs a lot of veterans. A lot.
It seems like that Jesse Waters agrees with me that Republicans should stop demonizing federal workers. Yeah. To his point, I know a guy down in Alabama. First time getting a government job. He had, fresh out of college, had been trying to get a job for a couple of years now. Finally got that government job, I think about 6 months ago. Well, he's laid off now. So his kid, his wife, all of that promise, it's totally gone. And I think your point is right. Once people start seeing, because when we think of federal government, for many anti-government people, they think DMV, meaning DC, Maryland, and Virginia. They don't see federal government as someone living in a rural area of Mississippi, commuting to a job at the Department of Agriculture. They don't see them as federal workers, which is why it's always easy to just say, shut them down, they'll get paid.
Yeah.
That's not how it works.
And we will find out a lot more stories like that in the
I get what he's talking about. You know, people have jobs to feed their families, and all of a sudden it's like, you know what, you can't do this job anymore because we're closing down this building. Yes, however, they're actually paying them a bonus package. It's not like you're gonna get fired today and just get paid for 1 month. They're getting paid for a while until they can find their feet and do something. So it's not like they never really say the full story, because this is what the whole, game is. However, it's about having a working, efficient country, an economy that actually cares for the people and work for the people. It's high time people, catch a break. People have been working hard, like living paycheck to paycheck for the past 4 years. The last 4 years has been definitely fire. Like, Joe Biden definitely sent us to hell. But we're back, and we're back with a statement.
Well, my reaction is that the Trump Pentagon does not welcome Black people. They're discouraging Black people from joining. There's no home for women.
This right here, this types of cults, this is why Donald J. Trump became the 47th president of the United States. Stop race politics. Stop race baiting. Stop doing gender politics. Like, all of this stuff do not work anymore. Nobody cares about, he doesn't care about Black people, he doesn't care about Hispanics, Latinos, or whatever, because it's a lie. Everybody knows it's a lie. Everybody knows it's scam. You cannot use that anymore. This is in 2016. This is in Hillary Clinton and Trump. This is 2025, and this man has woken every single American up. Everybody's awake right now and realizing, oh snap, the government have been playing with us for a long time. So your race baiting, your race politics, your gender politics, your whatever, you're brown, you should not be supporting Trump. Nobody cares, bro. Nobody cares, bro. Okay. As an adult, you pay your bills, you're responsible for your family. Okay? It is your duty and obligation to know what's going on around you, your society, your country, and pay attention to the prices. I'm just here waiting and knowing for a fact that greatness is upon us. And I'm happy. I'm happy.
We know also the CNO of the Navy, the Chief Naval Operations Officer, who was a woman, was also fired tonight. The commander of the
Air Force Vice Chief. We actually have the list up there. The Air Force Vice Chief was fired. The Lieutenant General was also fired, and then 3 JAGs were also fired.
Yes, so there was a purge of the lawyers, the senior lawyers, and the.
It is what it is. People get fired every single day in corporate world. Okay? People get fired. So if a federal employee gets fired, what is, oh, Trump is a bad person because he fired a general. No, the general is a federal employee And as an employee, you may get fired if you don't do what you're supposed to do. Okay. So, the idea of people talking about Trump is firing people get fired every single day in America, and nobody knows about it. Okay. Everybody just continues life. So, we're going to continue living our lives regardless of who gets fired. As long as the country is in good shape, the economy is booming, the border is secured, no war, who cares who gets fired? If you get fired, I'm sorry, okay? But if you were doing your job in the first place, you may not have gotten fired.
Message there is that there's no rule of law left. It's a lawless purge. They removed the lawyers, and you have lawyers at every level of command. And it's a terrible message to send out tonight. And also, it's in the military, what we know is that we come from all different walks of life. We're different races. We have different economic backgrounds or different genders, and that there's no place for disrespect or a lack of respect for the dignity of soldiers.
One of the things to remember about CQ Brown, he was put in his previous position by Donald Trump.
And it's so wild how people are talking about, you don't even care about people. People are getting fired. People are losing their jobs. Genesis, what is wrong with you? Have a conscience. You have homeless veterans in the streets. You have homeless people, civilians in the streets. No home, no bed to lay their backs on. Yeah, I think these guys would do okay. This guy's getting laid off. They're gonna be fine, okay? These guys are not like homeless people. They're going to be fine, all right? We're gonna use America's resources to help Americans. If you are pro-war, pro-other countries, you need to be, fired. You need to be America first, America second, America third. Matter of fact, America 1 to 10, then any other country can be 11 and 12.
And Trump praised him when he did that. He actually was on duty today, as he always is. He was down at the border with our troops down there when this firing order came down. How can we look at this and not see this as just simply Pete Hegseth has decided that he is a symbol of DEI, and that's why he was fired?
I don't want to say it's a symbol of DEI. I mean, this is maybe surprising. No, we've been seeing about this. Secretary Hegseth was talking about how he needed to go. But look at what Hegseth is talking about as the Pentagon as a whole. He is looking to completely restructure the approach that the previous administration had.
That's
so he's
not
going to be
why
replacing a lot of people.
That's not why Hegseth said he should be fired. He said he should be fired because he was, in his words, involved in DEI. CQ Brown, as far as we know, there's been no indication that he's been fired for cause, that he did anything wrong, that he has some philosophical approach to war fighting that is different from the president's.
I mean, you serve at the pleasure of the president, though. That is the nature of these roles. And so the president is clearly looking to go in a different direction at the Pentagon. So he's going to put a new team in place to do that.
Well, I thought you were going to play that other clip in that, I think that same podcast where Pete Hegseth basically questioned CQ's qualifications because he was black, and he said that in that podcast. This is in the Associated Press story. His remarks saying, "I don't know if he's qualified. Maybe he is. Maybe he isn't," because he was black. So it's hard for anyone to read this, other than the fact, as you pointed out, that this is a very directed purge that has nothing to do with philosophy, that has everything to do with the faces of the military, which Pete Hegseth has said several times that he doesn't respect women soldiers and he doesn't respect people of color serving in these positions. And so by putting this out there, if you're in the military and you're a person of color, or even if you're just a person of color in this country, how are you supposed to feel seeing this?
Which is going to be an issue. There have only been two African Americans who've served as chairman of the Joint Chiefs. CQ Brown was the second. Colin Powell was the first. And he's also now no longer the highest ranking black officer in the military.
We've been hearing a lot about military readiness. A lot of these men and women who got their jobs lost today have spent their whole life dedicated to defending the flag and defending this country, no matter the color of their skin, just like you said. And I think that's what we have to think about, military readiness, because that's what Republicans have been using to justify some of the DE&I stuff that's been going on within the military and all branches of the government now that Trump's in office. But these are real folks with...
I get it, because this is what the news media does. They try to divide Americans. They try to divide us amongst each other. But the truth is, just because you're, brown skin or African American or black and you get fired, that doesn't mean, you're being, I guess, put to the side or put down, or person that fired you is racist. No. Because this same person that fired CQ Brown, the Joint Chief guy that people are like, oh, this guy is racist, is firing a brown skinned person. That same person, Trump, fired Mark Esper, the Secretary of Defense. Okay. And Secretary of Defense, Mark, was definitely African American. So why weren't they talking about that or other people this guy has fired? But as soon as he fired CQ Brown, it's like, oh, he's racist. He doesn't want black people. He doesn't want brown-skinned people. He doesn't like Hispanics. No, I just like people who actually do their jobs. Is that a big deal?
The real experience. I've worked with groups like Vote Vets around the country and worked with folks who I admire every day because of the sacrifices they make for our country. And thinking about these folks that's done this under this auspice and the voter out there and in the focus groups the last election we were in, this is not. Sure, everybody voted for change in some form or fashion, but I don't think this is the change they voted for. And I think there's going to be repercussions for this kind of anxiety now that we're going to have in a tenuous world.
Before you jump in, I want to ask you about something you raised too, the JAG situation.
Yes.
These are the military lawyers.
That's right.
Three of the highest-ranking military lawyers were. They're saying they're accepting nominations. Presumptively, they're being fired. This is also a Defense Secretary, Pete Hegseth, who in his confirmation hearing, he was questioned about his use of the term jagoff, and he suggested that JAGs, rather than enforcing the law, they are trying to get promotions and that they don't have the best interest of rank-and-file soldiers.
Well, I deeply disagree with that conclusion.
And we can't forget also Pete Hegseth advocated to Trump for pardoning people who were accused of war crimes.
Yes,
so
he
put
did.
that all together.
Yes, I mean, the fact is he convinced Trump to issue pardons to 3 officers who were engaged in war crimes. And people witnessed that. And when you don't take accountability, that actually diminishes unit cohesion. Because when people are treated differently and it looks unfair, then that is a real demoralizing occurrence. And I would add that when you take out the top legal officers, you're talking about the White House sees itself as the law and order over the armed forces, but actually you need lawyers at every level of command. And I would add that this is a readiness issue, because what's happening now is that the Trump White House is playing a subtraction game. And the military has not been able to achieve its recruiting goals, and they certainly aren't going to be able to do that with white men only. This is a very diverse union, it's a unit, and it's probably the best example of America at its best. It's really a travesty.
Too much, okay? Too much. Too much. Look, media does too much. No matter how great this person does, they're going to always say he did something bad. And they're definitely going to use race, gender, or religion or some BS.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news. President Trump has just fired the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, his top military advisor. He made the announcement on social media. Quoting from his post, "I want to thank General Charles C.Q. Brown for his over 40 years of service to our country, including as our current chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. He's a fine gentleman and an outstanding leader, and I wish a great future for him and his family." The president went on to say, "Today I'm honored to announce that I'm nominating Air Force Lieutenant General Dan Raisin Kane to be the next chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff." Now, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth had previously called for General Brown's firing because of his, quote, woke focus on diversity, equity, and inclusion programs in the military. Hegseth, on a radio show last fall said, or a podcast last fall said, first of all, you got to fire the chairman of the Joint Chiefs. And he went on to talk about how any general involved with DEI efforts should be fired. Either you're in for war fighting and that's it, he said. CNN's Caitlin Collins has more reporting on this, and she joins us right now. It's not entirely unexpected, especially since the new defense secretary has been talking about this before he was even being considered for that job. How much of this is about DEI?
Well, I think it depends on your definition and what that looks like. And I will say that when Hegseth got confirmed as the defense secretary, that he stood next to General C.Q. Brown, and who is the president's top military advisor, effectively, and said that he looked forward to working with him. So we actually saw him strike quite a different tone after Hegseth had gone through the confirmation process. It was actually at the Pentagon. But one thing that was clear was this is something that has been long rumored for weeks now, that this was in the works, that this was going to happen, that they had not changed their minds on that feeling initially of General C.Q. Brown ever since you heard those comments from Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth. And just to drive home how unusual this is, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Anderson, typically stays regardless of who the president is. Even if they change parties and it's a different administration, they stay for that 4-year term. And he started his in October of 2023. He succeeded General Mark Milley in this role. And so his term does not expire until the fall of 2027. But with this ouster tonight, Trump has removed him from his post and is now picking someone else to take this position, which really does drive home what you heard from Pete Hegseth in that interview back in November, blaming him for DEI policies. That is obviously part of this. And I've been talking to people in recent weeks. None of them would say on background or privately that C.Q. Brown's job was assured in this role. I will note today he was posting pictures. He was at the southern border and was talking about the work that the military has been doing and what that partnership looks like. And so he clearly was still doing his job as of just a few hours ago before Trump announced on Truth Social tonight that he was ousting him.
Traditionally, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, usually as administrations change, that position often remains the same. It's not that each time a new president comes in, that person is removed.
Yeah, for example, General Mark Milley. That was Trump's actual handpicked Joint Chiefs of Staff chairman. It might be hard for some to believe given how much that relationship deteriorated and how Trump talks about Mark Milley now and is, posted things suggesting military tribunals for him. But that was actually someone that he handpicked in his first term to be the Joint Chiefs chairman and take on that role. It is a 4-year term. When President Biden won and took office, he kept Mark Milley in that role and did not fire him or oust him. And then when his term...
So what, if you hire someone and then they don't live up to the expectation, you don't have the right to fire them? I don't get it. So what, I employed someone, I cannot fire them? He didn't perform, and I fired him. I mean, Jesus.
Expired, that is when he picked C.Q. Brown. It is now a 4-year role. It used to be every 2 years, I believe, and then they would go up for Senate confirmation once again. But typically, yeah, those are positions that stay on and that stays regardless of the political party. And so the thing to watch here tonight, though, Anderson, as this is the first major firing that we are seeing happening at the Pentagon since Trump took office just a little over a month ago, is whether anyone else is to follow. Because there have been rumors that have been rampant in Washington for weeks now that there is going to be mass firings, I would say multiple firings at the leadership at the Pentagon. It's been hard to run down whether or not that's actually going to happen, but tonight we are getting this late night announcement. The top military advisor to the president has been ousted.
All right, Caitlin Collins, thanks very much. We'll see you at the top of the hour for The Source. I want to play the...
When people say Trump is firing everybody, that is not a yes man. If you've ever run a company or started a business or whatever, okay, or being a part of a team, a team has a goal. Okay, they have an objective that they're working towards. So if I get someone on my team that is not in line with what we're working towards, it's like, okay, I am going to brief you again, but after this, you're gonna have to get out of the team. And that's what is going on. What do you mean by yes, man? He has people who actually understands the mandate that the voters, the American people want. The American people want accountability. They want safe border, better economy. Okay, they want to have some money in their pocket by the end of the month. Let's just calm down, okay? And enjoy the greatness. I'll keep saying enjoy the greatness because we had 4 years of sending billions to other countries. Literally sending billions to other countries. And you had people in North Carolina, in Georgia, in South Carolina affected by hurricanes. And they're getting $750. And of course, they're going to say, well, that was just the initial payment of $750 by FEMA to these people, and they're going to get more. Go ask people in North Carolina right now, and they're going to tell you.
That soundbite of Pete Hegseth in November talking about General Brown.
Well, first of all, you got to fire, you got to fire the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, and you got to fire this. I mean, obviously, you're going to bring in a new Secretary of Defense, but any general that was involved, general, admiral, whatever, that was involved in any of the DEI woke shit, it's got to go. Either you're in for war fighting, and that's it, and that's the only litmus test we care about.
Joining us now is Rahm Emanuel, former Obama White House Chief of Staff, former Chicago mayor, and currently CNN senior political and global affairs commentator. Ambassador, appreciate you being with us. I understand you know General Brown. What do you make of this firing?
Yes. Well, not only know him, I knew him as ambassador in Japan, and he has not extensive experience in the far Indo-Pacific area as a former Air Force head in Indo-PACOM. I think this, in a week of unsteadiness of America, the idea to also then on our national security profile to have this type of unsteadiness is projecting a level of weakness. Now, see how this plays out. Right now, China is doing a military exercise they've never done before off the coast of Australia. Live fire. It's impacted civil aviation there. Because of the weakness, China is doing something we have never, ever seen. What is the United States communicating? Chaos at home, a firing over some political difference?
Please, man, please give me a break. Give the American people a break. We had drones that we now know that they were supposed or allegedly from China flying in our airspace. Last year, New Jersey had drones, New York had drones, Philadelphia had drones. We didn't know where these drones were from. They said it was Iranian mothership deploying drones into the United States. This was just in November last year. Oh, this has never happened before. A lot that happened last year, 2 years ago, had never happened in the United States. So firing a U.S. general, I don't think that's bad. That's just accountability. If you don't do your job, you're going to F around and find out.
That's the true reason. It is unsteady both in Europe, and now it's unsteady in the military. As a week of weakness, it is also projecting, I think, a level of chaos here. I think it's very, very reckless. And he has experience. I dealt with him many times as ambassador. His knowledge and the trust that Australia, New Zealand, his counterparts in India, in Japan, and South Korea, This is not the type of thing you want to have at a moment where people are trying to figure out where the United States is going, what the type of leadership is. I think it actually projects very bad, not just on the United States. It is something our adversaries are going to take advantage of.
President Trump also said he's going to have Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth solicit nominations for 5 more high-level military posts. Does that sound like, I mean, a purge of some sort at the highest levels of the American military? Is this common?
Well, you know this. First of all, the answer's in the question. No, it is not common. I was there for President Clinton and President Obama. You kept people in because there's something to the steadiness, the trust, and the relationships they build worldwide that people know they can count on America.
And of course, if you're moving these fast, you're going to make mistakes, okay? I'm not going to sit here and tell you DOGE, Department of Government Efficiency, is not going to make mistakes. I'm not going to tell you that the 47th, Trump is not going to make any mistakes. We make mistakes, okay? This is the world that we live in. However, if you make mistakes, you fix it. And that's what I'm looking forward to, okay? There will be a lot of mistakes in this administration for the next 4 years. However, that's what it is. Mistakes happen, but then the way you fix your mistakes, the way you get back up is what truly matters. However, so far, this past 30 days or 35 days, I must say, I am impressed and I am proud of my vote for Donald J. Trump to be the 47th President of the United States. I am glad. And I'm just going to enjoy the show.
Look, his knowledge, CQ's General Brown's knowledge of the region I worked at extensively was a checkmate on China. There was many allies and friends that knew him and trusted him. I think you're going to have a level of impact where a lot of folks across the branches of the armed forces are going to start to look over their shoulder and pull back for risk of getting on the wrong side. This is not the moment in time. I think the United States wants our men and women, not just in their armed forces, but more importantly in their leadership, unsure and unsteady in questions. You have moments, and I just use this example because it's prevalent out there. China is doing something we've never seen off the coast of Australia in front of Sydney, and live fire. They've never done this. The United States is nowhere to be seen, found as a deterrent with one of our closest allies in the region. And now, rather than respond to China, we're firing the head of the Joint Chiefs. Imagine what that communicates not just to China, but across the globe as people look at the United States. Is this a country you're going to hang your hat on and you're going to actually draft behind because you understand and trust their leadership? And I say that because we had many dinners with all the Indo-PACOMs with President Obama. There's a connectivity between the president and the military leadership, and that's essential for our national security.
This also comes as a time as the war in Ukraine continues, and obviously there's now a realignment with this administration and our European allies, who traditionally have been our allies, and Russia.
Well, look, in this situation, and I've talked about it, written about this, I think what we're doing here is we're basically empowering our adversaries and endangering our allies. And the problem when you look at this is the United States, under Donald Trump, thinks of Ukraine as a real estate deal. They got 20%, they get that. That's how much Russia has now of Ukraine. Russia is looking at these negotiations. This is about Ukraine's sovereignty, and we're going to claim it. It's a totally different discussion between the United States. We're just looking at it, president's background. It's real estate. Russia sees the grand power play here in Europe, the projection. This is not just Ukraine's sovereignty. Moldova, Latvia, Lithuania, Estonia, Poland, every place where we put troops, they've now said we've not only gotten everything we've wanted on the United States leaving Ukraine vulnerable, we've gotten what we want on negotiations vis-a-vis NATO. We now want your troops out of Eastern Europe. They added and they put, we see your 20, add 40 at the table. This is a dangerous precedent.
I support the trimming of the fat, excessive spending in the government. Okay? I do not support DEI. Because if you're telling me that to employ me to come work for you, you have to categorize me as a DEI hire because I look like what I look like. No, I want you to hire me. I want you to hire me because I am competent. I can actually perform on the task that I'm being employed to do. This is why I don't support DEI. Because it just seems like
there's more breaking news coming into the Situation Room right now. We just got an important ruling from the U.S. Supreme Court on President Trump's attempt to remove a top federal watchdog. Our chief Supreme Court analyst, Joan Biskupic, is joining us right now. So what did the High Court just say, Joan?
Sure. Good to see you, Wolf. This is the very first Supreme Court test of Donald Trump's second term agenda. And I can tell you that the justices already were struggling. They essentially punted. This case, as you said, involved President Trump's ability to remove an appointee of President Biden who should have been able to serve a full 5-year term. He was just appointed last year, but Donald Trump is trying to remove this man. And lower courts had put a pause on Donald Trump's effort. He had come to the Supreme Court, then appealing, and the justices said, we're not going to quite decide yet. We're going to let this man, Hampton Dellinger, who's over this watchdog agency, stay in place for now. But we're going to revisit this probably after next Wednesday, when a lower court is going to have a hearing on the merits of this case over whether President Trump can remove this individual. This all goes to, as you know, Wolf, Donald Trump's efforts to really flex his executive branch authority. He's trying to remove so many people from offices. This is one of literally dozens of lawsuits that are now percolating. And in this first one, the justices were not quite ready to say the extent of President Trump's power, but they did. This is a partial win for the challengers to Donald Trump, because they're letting this individual, Hampton Dellinger, stay in office. So you know what the president had wanted was for the court to immediately say he has to go. Now there was a split in how the justices decided this, and let me just lay it out. First of all, it was an unsigned opinion, but the majority was saying that it needed to postpone any action till at least next week. Justices Gorsuch and Alito, two conservatives, said that they would have sided with President Trump and let him act in this case. Two of the strongest liberals, Justices Sotomayor and Jackson, said they would have totally sided with the challengers here, with Mr. Dellinger. So it shows you that we get a little bit of a glimpse of some of the dilemma of the justices in this first major test, and we're just going to keep seeing them come week after week after week, Wolf.
Sure we will. All right, Joan, thank you very much for that update. I want to bring in our legal experts to assess what's going on. Jennifer Rogers, how big of a setback potentially is this for the Trump administration?
Well, we don't know yet, Wolf. They've really just put it on pause.
No
this
setback.
Isn't the merits of the matter. This case came up on a temporary restraining order, and there's a question as to whether a temporary restraining order is even appealable in the first case. So that may be where the justices kind of got sideways. Some of them wanted to hear it on this basis. Others maybe didn't. That may be why they've come out the way they did right now. But we won't know until they take the case on the merits what the court thinks of what the case is really about, which is what obstacles can Congress place in the way of the president in firing someone like the special counsel. There's been kind of a narrowing over the years of Congress's ability to stop the president from firing people inside of the executive branch. And so we won't know until we actually get a merits ruling what the court is going to do on that question.
Steve Vladeck is also with us. He's an expert on the Supreme Court. You know the court well, Steve. Are you surprised, first of all, by this?
A little surprised, Wolf. I mean, I think it's odd for the court to issue a ruling that says we're not going to issue a ruling. But I mean, Jennifer's right that the procedural way this got to the court has a lot to do with why the middle of the court has acted the way it did. I think you had some real wariness, not just from one end of the court, from the other, of what would happen if the court started inviting the Trump administration or other litigants to come up to the court even when all that's happened in the first lower court is a temporary restraining order. And so, Wolf, I'm a little surprised that they're deciding to not decide, but I think two critical points are the one Jennifer made, that they're still going to have to decide this sooner rather than later. And Wolf, two, this is about as good a case as there is for the Trump administration when it comes to the strength of the arguments against the removal protection for the special counsel. There's a reason why the Department of Justice wanted to bring this case to the justices first. Even if the court ultimately sides with President Trump, we shouldn't assume that that's an indicator of where it's going to go in the rest of its cases. In the flip side, Wolf, if Hampton Dellinger survives, if the court actually sides with Dellinger as early as next week, that's not just a big blow to Trump here. That is a sign that this court's going to be much more aggressive, pushing back against President Trump than I think a lot of people might expect.
Elise Adamson is still with us as well. Elise, as you know, many of the conservative justices on the Supreme Court have traditionally favored executive power, certainly in past cases. So what does that tell you about what they may ultimately decide in this case?
Yes, Wolf, and I think we saw that just in what we just heard from the reporting with Gorsuch and Alito, willing to take up the case on the merits rather than deciding to not decide, as has just been described. I do think that we have seen an extreme expansion in the interpretation of executive power, and this is a real test. There's a federal law that created this Office of Special Counsel, and Congress tried to make very clear the reasons why an individual could be terminated. They tried to outline this. And so this is going to be a test of the separation of powers. And so I think we can expect to see this court continue on their streak of their interpretation of executive power. And I do think there is a chance that the Supreme Court will rule in the Trump administration's favor in this case for those reasons.
Jennifer Rogers, our legal analyst, is still with us. Jennifer, this was, as we noted, the first U.S. Supreme Court test of the second Trump administration. So how should we read into this for future cases? What do you think?
Well, it's really hard to say. I mean, as Steve was just saying, this is a unique case, and the circumstances of this case won't necessarily hold over to some others. That's probably why the Trump administration wanted to take it up first. So even if they win, I don't know that it tells us a lot. But I mean, a lot of cases are in the process of making their way up to the Supreme Court. So we may learn some things about the way the splits go with the justices on one side or the other. Maybe it'll give us a little bit of a clue, but of course, every case is different. So it will depend on the facts too.
We're always looking for those clues. Everyone, thank you very, very much.
Thank you for tuning into the live show. You know what time it is. It is your boy Genesis. Double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel. Everybody has something to say, I get it. But give flowers to who deserves it. Just like Mark Levin. Just like Mark Levin, he deserves his flowers. And we're going to listen to Mark Levin right now at CPAC. Of course, this is in live because this happened, I think, earlier yesterday.
Good morning, CPAC. How's everybody today? You're looking beautiful. And I tell you what, honey, I've been here several days. The energy and the excitement in this room is unbelievable. It's hard to believe that a year has gone. Thank God we lived with 4 years of a president who tried to shove down our throats Marxism and the moral decay of the fabric of our country. And here we are. Fast forward. We got President Donald J. Trump. We have 2 genders. We have DEI gone. We have equality over equity, border crossings down 93%. And we have a world stage where America is now respected and feared. So what do you think? Give me your 2 seconds on this.
Pretty good. Next question. How is everybody? Come on, let's go. It's exciting times, is it not? Well, I was thinking about something about this cabinet that we have now, and thought to myself, we really have a cabinet that looks like America here. First of all, we have a president that knows how many grandchildren he has, and he loves every one of them. That helps. But let's look at this cabinet. We have the first, I'm sounding like a liberal. We have the first person of color as the FBI director. Have you heard them say that? No. First Cuban American as Secretary of State. The first gay Secretary of the Treasury. The first straight Secretary of Transportation in 4 years. We have one of the highest ranking African Americans, Elon Musk. We have the first hillbilly Vice President, J.D. Vance. We have the first Secretary of Defense who isn't 114 years old. We have women in the cabinet who are proud to be called women and know what the hell a woman is. And then there's Donald Trump, who's on course of being the greatest president, if not modern history, all history. Look what he's done in 4 weeks.
Bravo, bravo. Give a round of applause.
And one other thing about Donald Trump. I told Donald Trump this at a Hanukkah party a few years ago. He's the greatest friend Israel's ever had. And so are you, by the way. And I want to thank you for that. He's the greatest friend Jews have ever had. So we have the first Jewish president in American history, too. Looks like America, that cabinet.
So speaking of that, first of all, I want to do a real sincere shout out to Mercy and Matt Schlapp, because their steadfast support of Israel is seen throughout this conference and day in and day out at CPAC. So we really need to thank them for that. It's really, really huge. You know, there used to be a time that depravity, murder, brutality was not acceptable to either party, when Republicans and Democrats alike were determined to eradicate the enemy. But here we are after an October 7, where we really learned what today's Democrat Party is. It's the Republican Party, it's conservatives, it's Jews, it's Christians who really care about what's going on in Israel and are appalled at the heinous acts that happened on October 7th. It's the Republicans, it's the conservatives, it's Donald J. Trump who have said Israel must conquer, Israel must win, Israel must do what it needs to do, not just to defend, but to go on offense and get rid of the enemy. So I just want to remind everybody that a year ago I interviewed the father of a hostage victim at that time, Sagid Dekelhen, and here we are a year later. He's out. But honey, I want you to talk about what we saw the other day with 4 bodies coming out of Israel, and the joy that was exhibited by the Palestinians in Gaza as these coffins were shown.
These bastards must be eradicated. It's that simple. You don't take a 9-month-old baby and a 4-year-old little boy and their mother and torture them, strangle those kids with your bare hands, chop up their bodies so nobody they think will notice. Remember when that mother was being pulled with her kids and she knew the people doing this are subhumans. They are rabid. They're not animals. Animals don't do this. Donald Trump knows this. These are the same people who attacked us on 9/11. These are the same people who decapitated 70 black Christians in a Congo church 48 hours ago. All of them. This is the enemy. It's not about land. It's not about borders. It's not about any of that. They seek to extinguish us. These Islamist terrorists. And we're going to have to extinguish them before they even have a shot at extinguishing us. Another thing. Constitutional crisis. Give me a break. The Democrat Party that hates the founders, that is pushing CRT, the 1619 Project, that tells us the Constitution's too old and too white. The Democrat Party that doesn't believe in the First, Second, Fifth, Sixth, Ninth, 10th, 14th Amendments. The Democrat Party that doesn't believe in separation of powers. We don't need lectures from them about the Constitution of the United States. That's number one. Number two, you activist judges, which are basically slip and fall, ambulance chasing lawyers in black robes. That's what they are. You either act like judges or get the hell off the bench. You are the people destroying the Constitution. The President of the United States has a right to make personnel decisions. He has a right to make budget decisions. He has a right to restructure the bureaucracy. You know, I happen to have here a copy of the Constitution.
Not that you need it. I mean, you really do pretty much.
This little baby sticks with me all the time. And let me tell you something. You know how many federal district judges are in this Constitution? None. They're created by Congress. That's right. So Congress has the power to make decisions over the executive branch. I thought it was separation of powers. Judges have the power to tell the CDC what to put on their website? How's that separation of powers? We have a big problem in this country. We can't decide if we're a constitutional republic, a federal republic, a representative republic, or a republic at all. And the truth is that if they have their way, the people who are worried about the Constitution, first of all, what Constitution are they worried about? The old Soviet Constitution? Because they're sure as hell not worried about our Constitution, that I can tell you. You can't be a Marxist and Islamist, a radical leftist, and support the Constitution of the United States. You just can't. What Elon Musk, with the leadership of Donald Trump, have uncovered is a government within a government. It's not just waste, fraud, and abuse. It is a subterranean government that is spending trillions of dollars to push a radical left agenda. And we have no help from you in the media who are attacking the very people who are uncovering the bloat and the spending and the waste and the criminality. Why the hell aren't you uncovering it? That's your damn job.
Well, and it's the same media that likes to avail itself of the First Amendment, right, when it's convenient. So,
oh, can I?
Yeah.
AP and the rest of you big corporate media, it says freedom of the press. It doesn't say freedom of the corporate press, okay? The President of the United States can decide which press he wants in the press room and which he doesn't. Who died and gave you permanent seats in the press room? NBC and ABC and CBS. Besides, we don't get news from you people. I wrote a whole book on it called Unfreedom of the Press. You're Democrats, you're leftists, we know exactly who you are, what you're doing. You can do whatever you want on your own time. You can pretend you're in the press. We're not going to shut you down. We want you out there. Why? We want the schmucks out front so everybody can see what they look like. Well, that's okay.
And not only that, what happened on November 5th? I mean, November 5th proved that the American people are not fooled by the people back there, and they know and they're able to find the truth because Americans are smart and they know American values, they know right from wrong, and no media is going to change that. So, look, we don't have a lot of time.
By the way, I know I can't stop.
No, but wait. I'm going to let you say something, but I do want to, I need you to reserve, because remember, I'm the boss here. I'm the boss.
30 seconds.
I need you to reserve time to talk about the misnomer that is birthright citizenship.
I will deal with that. Takes about 14 seconds. But
No.
You know, the media are funny, aren't they? They lied about Joe Biden. They didn't care. They didn't have any press conferences. And now they're worried about a seat at the table. They're worried about a seat for what? Let me tell you something in the media. Do we agree that Abraham Lincoln was a fantastic president?
Yes.
He was a great president. He shut down 200 newspapers. Donald Trump hasn't shut down anything. You're going broke because we the people are shutting you down. We're not subscribing. We're not buying your damn newspapers. We're not watching your TV shows. We support the First Amendment. We support free speech. We support freedom of the press. You don't.
How do you really feel about it, honey? No, just kidding. Okay, so now seriously, I think we need
She's pretty.
We need to talk about birthright citizenship because, again, this is a perfect example of what the left do. They take words like democracy and the Constitution, and then they exploit them because they don't really care about either of them. So they came up with this term, birthright citizenship, like anybody who comes here illegally and gives birth, that child, that baby, is an American citizen like magic. And that's not true. They cite the 14th Amendment. Do your Mark Levin thing where you give a little bit of a primer. No, because it's really important. It was so taken hostage, this paragraph in the 14th Amendment.
First of all, I wore the wrong socks, honey. I'm showing a little ankle up here. I'm not showing any more.
Okay, so I wasn't going to bring an intention to
All right, let me do it. I've been talking about this for 20 years. Read it yourself. Where's the phrase birthright citizenship in the Constitution? It's right next to abortion. It doesn't exist. So they have this invisible pen, where they write these things in. The 14th Amendment was passed like the 13th and the 15th because of slavery and the Civil War. And the country came together and said, we must, in the Constitution, fix this. We must give equal rights to human beings who have been held as slaves and are now free. We must give them all the protections and rights of a citizen of the United States. Jurisdiction thereof meant the black slaves who were now free were in the jurisdiction of the United States, and all the rights and privileges, including equality and all the rest, would apply to them. It was written by Republican senators. The 14th Amendment was based, this aspect of it, based on the 1866 Civil Rights Act, the first Civil Rights Act. Andrew Johnson, who was then president after the assassination of Lincoln, was a Democrat. He refused to sign that civil rights bill. So they overrode him and they said, we need to enshrine this in the Constitution of the United States. That provision applied to black people who were freed from slavery and were still being abused in the old Confederacy. And that amendment was passed by 3/4 of the state legislatures, including southern states that were told, if you don't vote for this, you're not coming back into the Union. We know what they meant. The author of the 14th Amendment specifically rejected the idea of aliens, specifically. In fact, they rejected the idea of what they called Indians, because they had separate countries at the time, or at least it was viewed that way. So they were excluded. Underscoring the fact that you had to be a United States citizen and understood to be. So people who write that, all of a sudden, now it's interpreted to mean, if you come into the United States illegally and you have a baby, that's a citizen, that baby? There is literally no language to back it up, no legislative history to back it up, no history whatsoever to back it up, and yet I suspect the courts are going to give the birthright citizenship crowd what they want. And they'll mention some 1898 decision involving a Chinese couple. It still didn't apply to illegal aliens. So illegal aliens have no constitutional basis, but I will just warn you about this. Hollywood John Roberts, that's what I call him because he's worried about the press. I don't think he, and I don't think his new best friend Barrett, will do the right thing. I think they'll join the three I can't say women because she wouldn't say women. They won't join.
That's okay. You can say it. Go for it.
Two of the non-males and one of the males. I think that's a 5 that worries me. But just understand, your Constitution does not provide for birthright citizenship. Period.
So I just want to add one little fine point because you said a lot. You said a lot there. You notice how it's the Republican Party that consistently has been the champion of equality and the rights of black people throughout history.
Every major civil rights bill, starting in 1866 through the 50s with Eisenhower, the 60s, the Republicans either wrote it, sponsored it, or they had supermajorities to get them passed. Never forget, the Democrat Party is the party of slavery, segregation, eugenics, Jim Crow. Now they're the party of Marxism, Islamism, and anti-constitutionalism. That's a fact.
And it was Woodrow.
There you have it. The legendary Mark Levin. Thank you for tuning into the live show, ladies and gentlemen. You guys are the best. We're going to do one more, and then I will be back here in the next 40 minutes.
Who is ready in just a few short hours to hear from the man himself, our 47th president, Donald J. Trump? My friends, it has been a long road, has it not? It's been a long road. And these last 4 years, we felt every single painful minute. But nothing, my friends, is sweeter or more extraordinary than victory. Who here has enjoyed the last 30 days of America's new golden age? And who here has been filled with pride and excitement in watching President Trump install the most extraordinary cabinet and team any of us has ever seen? Our new Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth. Our new Secretary of Health and Human Services, Robert F. Kennedy, Jr. Secretary of Homeland Security, Kristi Noem. Secretary of State, Marco Rubio. And of course, we have at the Department of Government Efficiency, Elon Musk. White House Chief of Staff, Susie Wiles. And perhaps the most exciting of all is the fact that every single day, the entire White House staff, the entire administration, the entire cabinet, on behalf of President Trump and his extraordinary leadership, is getting the lies out of our schools, the men out of women's sports, the poison out of our foods, the woke out of our military, the predators off our streets, and the illegal aliens the hell out of our country.
Facts.
It's happening. It is happening. Every day under President Trump, he is saying hell no to DEI. He is saying hell no to CRT. He is saying hell no to the indoctrination of our children. And he is saying hell yes to the idea that America belongs to Americans. A historic slate of executive orders have been issued by President Trump to reclaim control of this government, to reclaim control of our destiny, to reclaim control of our future, and to restore the idea that under a democracy, the entire federal bureaucracy works for President Trump and not the other way around. He is the elected head of our government. And to all the people in the media, all the people on the radical left, all the people in the Democratic Party screaming about democracy, Donald Trump is the one who is saving democracy. Donald Trump is the one who is saving our Constitution. Donald Trump is the one who is saving America. And any federal bureaucrat who defies the lawful orders of this president will be fired. President Trump will ensure that whether you work at the FBI, whether you work at the CIA, whether you work at the Department of Homeland Security, the Department of Justice, the Department of Health and Human Services, career civil servants, also known as bureaucrats, work for the American people, and they work for the president the American people elected. They do not set their own agenda. They do not write their own rules. They do not work for themselves. They work for each and every one of you. You pay their salaries. You pay for the buildings they work in. You pay for every single thing they do. And if they are not following the laws, the Constitution, and the President of the United States, then they will find a new career. By the way, speaking of the FBI, who here is thrilled about Kash Patel? Let us not forget what President Trump endured in order to get to this point, to climb to the top of that Everest summit. Let us not forget what this whole movement has endured to reach this glorious day. 8 long years of weaponized government, the Russia hoax, the Ukraine hoax, one lie after another, one fraudulent impeachment after another, one hoax, one smear. Government weaponized at every level against democracy. Government weaponized at every level against the people. Democrat prosecutors, Democrat attorneys general, Democrat careers using their power to try to sabotage the democracy of this country, to try to keep President Trump off the ballot, to try to throw President Trump in jail, to try to arrest his aides and his supporters. An authoritarian movement in this country that has at every step tried to stop the workings of our democracy. And President Trump, on a field in Pennsylvania, nearly lost his life. And a few weeks later, another assassination plot. And let me ask you this question. When the lawsuits came against President Trump, when the lawfare came against President Trump, when the weaponized law enforcement and intelligence community came against President Trump, and when the bullets came against President Trump, did he falter? Did he back down? Did he yield? Did he surrender? Did he waver? Or did he stand up tall and strong and raise his fist into the air and say 3 immortal words, fight, fight, fight? Every day, that is what he is doing for you. He is fighting for your families. He is fighting for your children. He is fighting for your future. He is fighting for the fundamental idea that this country belongs not to the bureaucrats, not to the radical left communists, not to our foreign enemies, not to the criminal cartels, not to the criminal aliens. This country belongs to the law-abiding, patriotic, God-fearing American citizens. It belongs to the people in this room, and it belongs to the patriots watching at home today. I want you to know that every single morning President Trump wakes up and he thinks about you. And all day long, as he's signing executive orders, as he's meeting with world leaders, as he is orchestrating and directing the actions of this government, he is thinking about you and your future. President Trump's heart beats for the American people. President Trump's heart beats for the American Republic. And President Trump's heart is filled with nothing but love and loyalty for this republic. No president has done more in 30 days than President Trump has done. But we need you to stay in the fight. It is not enough to celebrate the victories we've achieved thus far. Every single day, we need, and President Trump, our president, needs you to be involved in pushing this agenda forward, promoting every single victory, every success, every agenda item, being involved at every level of politics to keep driving forward. You think they're just going to give us our country back? You think they're just going to roll over, move out of the way, stop their scheming and their lying? Or do you think we are going to have to be on top of it every single day, focused every single day, driving forward every single day with unrelenting focus and passion? Because God gave us this country. Our founding fathers fought and died for this country. Generations of Americans have sacrificed and bled for this country, and we are not going to let the radical left, the communists, and the America haters take our country. It's not going to happen. Not now, not ever. But it's going to take everyone in this room to stand with President Trump each and every day, to stand by his side every single day as President Trump boldly and bravely leads us into this golden age. And if you do that, I promise you, if you support this president and his leadership vision and his command and his inspiration, I promise you that if we follow President Trump, then this is what our future will look like. The best economy in history, the strongest border in history, the proudest and most patriotic children in history, and the single greatest future in history. And we will prove worthy of this moment. We will prove worthy of this period. We will prove worthy of this opportunity given to us by Almighty God. And I swear to you, and I promise you, and I pledge to you, it will all be worth it. And our children will grow up in a world where they can say, America is stronger, more incredible, more courageous, more united, more devoted, more committed, more incredible, more exceptional, prouder, and more amazing than it has ever been before, with the leadership and the vision and the drive of our President Donald J. Trump. So I ask you all to send a message right now to all the bureaucrats, to all the radical left commies, to the criminal aliens, the foreign gangs, the transnational terrorists, to everyone who threatens the future of this country. Do you stand with President Trump? Do you support President Trump? Do you believe in President Trump? And do you believe in the future of America? Thank you. God bless you, and God bless.
Everybody working with Trump, every one of them are so optimistic. They are so positive. They want to see the country go in the right direction. They want to see the country become successful. They respect Donald Trump. They respect his mandate. They respect his objectives. They respect his vision. This is what we need. Everybody on one accord. This is what we need. I'm so blessed right now. I feel so blessed right now, man. And there's a lot of craziness going on in my life personally, but just to be able to see this and experience it makes me feel better, man, with all the craziness going on in this world. To know we have accountability in the White House.
My sweet Sarah. Oh my God.
Okay, so Sarah Huckabee was also at CPAC. All right, let's listen to Sarah Huckabee, governor. Okay, Governor Sarah Huckabee.
So excited to have Sarah with us. We are in countdown mode right now because guess who's coming? Who's going to close out CPAC?
I mean, just a slightly well-known individual, maybe the most popular human on the face of the planet right now.
Yeah.
So, America's favorite president.
That's right, President Trump. Are you all excited? So this is such a blessing for me. Sarah and I worked together at the White House for several years, and I mean, Sarah, seriously, what you have accomplished is amazing. And we're so proud of you. Thank you. Just to start right there. We were trying to raise our kids during that time.
Trying being the key word there. We were trying to raise our kids, and somehow they turned out amazing.
Yeah. Which says a lot, really, truly. They were all in the backstage. Sarah brought her daughter Scarlett with my girls, and they were doing the whole posing of taking pictures together. We were like, this is the next generation of leadership, seriously. But let's get to it. Okay, so you were at the National Governors Association dinner, and President Trump had this interesting exchange with the governor from Maine. We're all in the family here. Tell us what happened.
Well, I think it was classic Donald Trump. If he doesn't like something, he's going to call it out. I think it's one of the things that has made him so incredibly popular, And one of the reasons he's been able to get so much done is because he doesn't care who's in the room, what it looks like. He's going to tell you exactly what he thinks in that moment. And that's what he did. And frankly, he's on the right side. I'm so tired of hearing the left say that they care about women when they can't even tell you what a woman is. And we finally have a president who will stand up for women and fight back. And I think that it's a great thing to see Donald Trump being the one to sign executive orders that defend and define what a man and what a woman are, which it's sad that we have to do that. But also, as a mom of a daughter that is a 12-year-old volleyball player, that we have somebody that's saying, no, we're not going to let men play girls' sports. And Donald Trump is doing that, and I think he's right to call people out who are on the wrong side.
So we have a rating system that we rate at CPAC, all the state legislatures, all the governors, all the federal legislators as well. Governor Sanders has ranked the top conservative governor in America. The top, #1. And I know partly is because we're related, but no. But Sarah, tell us about, you're in the middle of the legislative session. You have so much going on. You've been in office now. And what are you planning to accomplish this legislative session? What do you think the people of Arkansas really want and what they're focused on?
We're working on that, and President Trump is very quick to remind us on that every time I see him. But what we've really focused on is bringing conservative principles back, and everything from opening up universal school choice. We were one of the first states in the country to do that. Starting next semester, every single student in Arkansas will be able to choose where they go to school, and their parents will be empowered to make that decision. And I'm really proud we were one of the leaders of that. We've cut taxes 3 times in the state of Arkansas in just 2 years, now making us competitive with every other state in the region. We are getting indoctrination not just out of our K through 12, but also out of higher education. And we don't care if you're tenured or not. That is one of the big pieces of legislation that we have going through this cycle. We're also removing cell phones from the classroom, and I signed legislation this week. Bell to bell, no cell, and really proud of what we're doing for young people, for parents, for families, and we're going to continue fighting and making Arkansas the most conservative state in the country.
And people are moving in. It is becoming a popular destination. I mean, walk us through why your state, and you know, we always talk about these federal elections, and obviously having President Trump in office is such a critical win. But these states are just as critical as well, because we meet people from California who talk about how horrific it is to live under Democrat oppression. Let's just call it what it is. And here we have a perfect example of what you're doing in Arkansas to be that blueprint for other states. What's your advice to other governors, especially Republican governors, that are trying to do the same? And we talk about conservative principles, but these are American principles of being pro-family, pro-economic prosperity, pro-safety.
Well, one of the big differences now is we actually have a partner in the White House instead of somebody we have to fight every single day. I got to see Lee Zeldin yesterday. He's the new head of the EPA. I said, I'm just glad we have somebody there that we don't have to sue every single week, and we can actually work with to get things done. You know, over the last several years, Republican governors are the ones who have held the line. While Washington was a completely broken, dysfunctional mess, Republican governors are the ones who stepped up and worked on securing the border. We sent Arkansas Guard to the border 2 separate occasions over the last couple of years because Joe Biden wouldn't get the job done. Now we have a partner in Donald Trump who's not going to just be a partner, but he's going to be a leader. He's going to be the #1 fighter, pushing back on some of the crazy wokeness that we have seen the left try to impose on our families, on our schools, on our businesses. And Republican governors are going to be right there with him. We're going to make sure that our schools do not become indoctrination factories for the left. We're going to make sure that you can run your business the way that you want to and that you can raise your kids the way that you want to, as it was intended in this country. And I'm proud of the work we've been able to do. Arkansas is now the #1 state in the country that people are moving to. It's not Texas, it's not Florida, it's not Virginia, it's Arkansas. So if you don't live there yet, we're ready for you to move and call that your home. We're the #1 state for economic growth. We're the lowest cost of living. We are booming on all fronts, and it's because we're implementing good conservative policy that lets you live your life without constant government intrusion. And that's something we're proud of and something we're going to continue to do in our home state.
Gosh, wouldn't she make a great vice presidential pick in 2028? I think so. I do. I do. Sorry, Sarah, you don't have to respond to that. Okay.
I'm not. Very happy to be in Arkansas.
Okay, maternal health, you're providing funding. I really want you to talk about this problem this crisis you discovered in your state, how you're solving it, because it's not only impacting states like Arkansas, but other states as well in the South. Walk us through what you're doing there.
You know, one of the things that I think is so important for the pro-life community is that we don't just focus on the baby when they're in the womb, but it's what does that look like after, and making sure that we are actually fighting for kids every single day. And that's something that's really important in our state. We had about 10% of moms in Arkansas that were never seeing a doctor until they were in labor. That's unacceptable, especially when they have that access to care. They just weren't taking advantage of it. We know that healthy moms make healthy babies, so we've invested heavily in making sure that those women get the care that they not only need and deserve, but they know that their life and their child's life has value. And it's something that we want to protect at every single stage. And so we're investing heavily in the maternal health problem in Arkansas, and something that we're going to expect to see a dramatic impact and dramatic results just in a short amount of time.
So we've seen President Trump right now, where he's been in office for 32 days. It feels like it's been like 10 years that he's been in office. It's so remarkable to watch the amount of work he's been able to accomplish. Now, as us, the Trump 45ers, is that what we are?
Yeah.
Okay.
Makes us sound older than we are.
Makes us sound so old. Help me figure out here. Like, I'm watching this and going, I'm amazed. I'm amazed. It is so different from what our experience was at the time. Give us that comparison of what you're seeing, and also what advice you're giving to this next administration right now.
Look, I can't say enough good things about the president and his team and what they're doing. You know, we used to joke that you aged in dog years during the first administration because it was like 7 at a time. And so
we haven't aged, not a bit.
Well, we didn't, but it was the most intense, most, I think, polarizing, difficult time that we've seen probably in political history in a very long time during Trump's first administration. Nobody expected him to win. And when he did, they weren't happy that he was here. Then they saw what life was like under a Trump administration, and they had a chance to see what life was like without Trump in the White House, and they didn't like it very much. And so now that he's back, people want to see him doing exactly what he talked about on the campaign trail. They want a strong economy. They want somebody who will secure the border. They want somebody who's going to take China on. He was the first president in my lifetime that actually called China out and is holding their feet to the fire. I was the first governor in the country to kick China out of our state, off of our farmland, and impose a fine on them. We know that's popular. And it was because of Donald Trump that we were empowered to take those type of strong actions. We have a president who's going to make our allies actually respect us and our enemies fear us. It's a total opposite of what we saw over the course of the last 4 years. You know, you joke at the speed of which Trump is moving. They always have heard the moniker that we wish that government could move at the speed of business. Well, he's redefining that all over again. There's the speed of government, there's the speed of business, and now there's the speed of Trump, which is unlike anything I've ever seen. And he's doing so much so fast, they don't even know how or where to attack him this time. Yeah. And so I hope that he can keep up this pace. I've never seen anybody with the level of energy that he has. As you know well, it was not surprising that we could get a phone call from the president at midnight, 1 a.m., asking us to do a laundry list of things and then calling us back a couple of hours later at 4 or 5 in the morning and saying, "Did you get all that done?" I'm like, "No, I didn't." But he doesn't sleep. He doesn't expect anybody else to sleep either. And he's almost twice my age and he has twice my energy. But it's because he loves this country. And he did not need to run and take this job on, but America needed him to be willing to do it. And anyone else that would have gone through the level of intense criticism and the attacks, 2 assassination attempts on his life, would have given up. But this is a president who I think that only emboldens him more. The more they come after him, the stronger and tougher he gets, and the more he comes back ready to deliver for the American people. And I love getting to see him with this mandate and with this level of excitement for his presidency, because he deserved it the first time and he didn't get it. And now he's getting it and he's winning, and because he is, America's winning.
So I love always getting the insider information. So there would be times, this is so funny, we'd literally our first meeting was like 7 o'clock in the morning. I can't even remember. It was so early in the morning. We're half asleep, and before you know it, they'll be like, President Trump had tweeted something out at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. So we would all look at Sarah and we'd be like, "Okay, Sarah, this is what he said. What are our talking points?" I mean, that's how it was. I mean, it was so really learning on the job too. So now that you've transitioned from being, the president's spokesperson, the press secretary at the White House, into being the governor of a state, how does that feel? I mean, how is it so different?
It's really different when you're the one sitting in the chair and it's your name on the paper to sign legislation or an executive order. There's a different weight and responsibility that comes with that. But I could not be more thankful for the experience that I had in the White House, because I learned so much from the president. One, never back down, never stop fighting, and always do what you think is right, and the rest of it works itself out pretty well. And that experience, I think, gave me such great perspective. And one of the most important things and takeaways was that I didn't need the outsiders to define me. In those moments, the most difficult days that we had in the White House, of which there were many, we didn't need the outside world to define us. We had a creator who had already done that, who had given my life meaning and purpose. Amen. And my job is to believe that and try to live up to the path that he laid for me. And if I do that, the rest of it, whether it's in the White House, my house, or the governor's mansion, gets really simple after that. And so proud of what we've been able to do, and glad that I got to do it alongside some of the most amazing people on the planet.
You're going to make me cry. Sarah would get up every time we'd go into her office. She would have her scripture open every day. Every day. It's what guided you every day.
Otherwise, I'm not sure we would have survived.
I would agree. And I'd come in with my holy water. The Protestant, the Catholic, we're all in it together, okay? So I just want to get this question in real quick, because, Doge has been a phenomenon. It's been a phenomenon in the federal government, but you have like pre-Doge.
We started something we called Arkansas Forward. It was a project to go in, look at government efficiency, waste, fraud, and abuse. Just within the first 6 months, we've already identified at least $300 million in savings, which is big for Arkansas. Our budget's $6 billion. And so for us to identify that level of savings already that we're implementing, and some of it was as basic as getting rid of old phone and fax lines that haven't been in use in years. We will now save the state of Arkansas $1 million a year, just eliminating things like that. If we can do that on an Arkansas small state level, I can't imagine what they're going to continue to be able to uncover through DOGE and the amount of savings and waste, fraud, and abuse they're going to be able to get rid of. It's an exciting thing to see.
So, Sarah, what inspires you every day?
My family. I have, my daughter's here, so I'll cry when I talk about my kids. I have the three most amazing kids, Scarlett, Huck, George. They're 12, 11, and 9. My husband is incredible. He has the patience of Job because he is married to me. And I know I'm not an easy personality, so
you're easier than you think. You're wonderful to work with.
But I have an incredible family that loves me no matter what, and my kids are perfect reminders of everything that's at stake, everything that's matters and is important in the job that I do. And I don't mean the job as governor. While that is a big role and one I love and I'm proud and honored to have, there's no more important and bigger task that I have than being a mom. And so I take that really serious and trying to do the best I can to deliver for my kids.
So my call to action to you all is that you pray for Governor Sanders and her family, because it's really hard to raise a family, be in the public eye, and do the incredible work that you do. And what is your call to action to our CPAC family?
To keep fighting. Without you showing up and cheering and championing not just the people that are running for office, but more importantly, what they stand for. Find people who love this country as much as you do, support them with everything you can, and keep showing up, because it makes a difference. Because there are moments where you're running for office or you're in office and you think you're all by yourself and nobody is there. And so when you look out and you see a room of people like this who love America as much as you do, it is a great reminder to keep fighting and not to let the naysayers get you down. So keep showing up, keep doing what you're doing. Thank you so much for being here.
Okay, we love our Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders.
Thank you for tuning in to the live show. You know what time it is. It is your boy, Genesis, the Governor, Sarah Huckabee Sanders. Doing amazing work in Arkansas. All right. With that being said, Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard. Tulsi Gabbard also had an interview with Lara Trump, who happens to now have her own show on Fox. But here is Lara Trump interviewing Tulsi Gabbard. I know this will be fun for sure.
One of the newest members of our country's national security team, Tulsi Gabbard, has carved probably the most unique path to her current role. From presidential candidate to disillusioned Democrat, and now one of our nation's staunchest defenders during President Trump's second term. She's bold and strong and won't let anything stand in her way. But I'll let her tell you herself.
Well, the official director of national intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, it's sort of amazing. If you look back 5 years ago, you ran for president as a Democrat.
Yeah.
Could you ever have pictured that you would right now be sitting as part of Donald Trump's administration?
It's not something that I pictured back then. And quite frankly, it wasn't something that I pictured even a few months ago. It's been an incredible experience for me to just be a small part of helping President Trump get elected and to now be in a position to help carry out his mandate, to end that weaponization and politicization of our intelligence community, of our law enforcement. It's a privilege.
You are a person who can speak to that to a certain extent. You are also the first female combat veteran to be Director of National Intelligence. How does your past experience help you in this role, and what are you taking from what you've done in the past and utilizing it now?
Shortly after criticizing
the fact that Tulsi came from the Democrat Party and now she's become the Director of National Intelligence under the Trump's administration. This lady used to be a Democrat. Now she is a Republican. And I am predicting that the first woman president the United States will have will be Tulsi Gabbard. I may be wrong, but I suspect Tulsi Gabbard will be the first woman president. And the Republican Party will achieve this.
Vice President Kamala Harris, who had just become candidate Kamala Harris after President Biden stepped aside, I was very quickly placed on this little-known domestic terror watch list called Quiet Skies. There's a long story I can tell you there about what that entailed with surveillance and federal air marshals being tasked with an active targeting package. It really speaks to how these institutions that exist to ensure the safety, security, and freedom of the American people being weaponized against the American people actually creates a greater national security risk. When we, the American people, cannot trust those who have the responsibility to keep us safe.
There is a fine line, though, because I think people wonder, how can you ensure the safety of the American people but also protect their privacy and from government intrusion?
It is a heavy responsibility, and it is the most essential one. For too long, as you know, we've seen people in positions of great power tell us that, oh, well, if we just violate your civil liberties and freedom a little bit, it's okay because we're trying to keep you safe. Unfortunately, we've seen this for decades, and the more our freedoms are eroded, the more the foundations of our democracy are eroded. So, a lot of people talk about national security or security threats, but there's two components of that leaders have to really uphold, which is, yes, there's such a thing as a threat to physical security, but the threat to our freedom and our liberty must be balanced right alongside that threat to our physical security.
Just to go back a moment to your previous life as a Democrat, you had a very famous sort of viral moment in a presidential debate against Kamala Harris, where you kind of called her out.
Senator Harris says she's proud of her record as a prosecutor and that she'll be a prosecutor president, but I'm deeply concerned about this record. She kept people in prison beyond their sentences to use them as cheap labor for the state of California, and she fought to keep cash bail system in place that impacts poor people in the worst kind of way.
I think a lot of people look at that moment and they say, is that the moment that Tulsi Gabbard started to maybe change her view on things? Was that part of your political conversion, that moment?
That whole experience of running for president in the Democratic primary in 2020 that really exposed the Democrat Party's focus on things that did not matter to the American people. I go back to 2016 when President Trump was elected, and how very quickly the Democrat Party leadership, the party that I once joined that fought for free speech, that stood up for civil liberties, a party that had many voices who called for peace instead of war, they very quickly flipped the script because now all they cared about was defeating Donald Trump and silencing those who supported him. And so the erosion, the shift in the Democratic Party ultimately made it so that I had to leave the Democrat Party It was completely unrecognizable from the party that I had joined over 20 years before.
I think a lot of people watched that whole process and they said, these people have learned nothing. They are ranting and raving out there about transparency, about saving taxpayer dollars, about the American people actually understanding what is going on.
I was with President Trump when I was sworn in the Oval Office, and something that he said that day really struck home, because he talked about needing to have people in our government who care. And so when I asked myself, how is it that the Democrat Party still hasn't heard the voices of the American people who are sick and tired of our taxpayer dollars being wasted?
As it turns out, some of those taxpayer dollars are already being saved under Tulsi's tenure.
So you were confirmed, and then 6 o'clock the next morning, you're on an airplane, and it's been rapid pace. Has there been anything that surprised you that you didn't expect so far? I mean, is DOJ involved in what you're doing?
The ODNI itself is a pretty small organization compared to most other elements. But even in that small organization, getting rid of DEI saved American taxpayers roughly $20 million, literally with the stroke of President Trump's pen. Just in my organization alone is a great thing, and we're excited to be able to uncover more.
Yeah, we'll take that for sure.
Now, solidly on President Trump's team, she's making clear common sense is making a comeback.
Joe Biden once said that white supremacy was the single greatest terrorist threat to our homeland. What do you feel is the greatest threat to the American people's safety?
We look at the last 4 years of open borders, where we had tens of millions of people come across our borders, many of whom we don't know who they are or what their intentions are. And very specifically, the threat of radical Islamist terrorism here within our country is higher than it's ever been before, not only because of President Biden's open borders, but because of his and his administration's fear of being called Islamophobes. They took their attention and our resources away from that threat and once again pointed it at our fellow Americans.
What do you feel like whenever history looks back on Tulsi Gabbard as our Director of National Intelligence? What do you hope is written in the history books?
That I will have made an impact on rebuilding the trust that the American people deserve to have in these institutions that exist to serve the people. There are a lot of great Americans. Bringing that focus back as Director of National Intelligence is the heart of the impact that I hope to be able to make.
We appreciate DNI Gabbard for taking.
So whether you like it or not, you have patriots who are actually ready to commit their lives, their energy, their time to making America strong, healthy, great, and affordable again. You gotta give these people their flowers, man. All right, ladies and gentlemen, you guys are the best. If you haven't subscribed to the channel, subscribe to the channel. My name is Genesis. I am a common sense human being, and I believe in God, believe in life, I believe in family, and instead of looking for perfection, seek for consistency. Never give up on yourself, never give up on your dreams, never give up on God. Believe in yourself, believe in your dreams, and believe in Almighty God. All right, I love you guys. Join the membership of the channel. It is $4.99. Okay, it is $4.99 to join the memberships. If you like the channel, if you like the conversations that you are having in the comment section. All right, I love you guys. You guys are the best. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I will be back here in like 45 minutes, and we're gonna do a throwback. But I'm not gonna tell you what throwback it is. But I will be back here in 45 minutes. We're going to do a throwback, and we're going to do another stream for about 4 hours, but, or maybe 3 hours. But, yes, I have to go. Do not forget to subscribe, okay? Thank you, thank you, thank you. God is the greatest. And thank you to the veterans in the chat. Thank you to the veterans now watching all over the United States. Thank you to the active military members. You guys are the best. You keep the homeland safe. God bless you. Thank you. You are very well appreciated. And thank you to everybody for tuning in. Thank you to the moderators. It is free speech. You might get timed out, but you rarely never get blocked or banned, because I am the only person that can actually ban you or block you. And I really never block anybody except you're like, bot. And if you get blocked, you never really come back out of being blocked. Okay. So thank you. God bless you. I love you guys. And I will be back here. Do not forget to subscribe. See you soon.